Europe is back for a third day in a row, ready to show you guys what they got. It's Championship Sunday for the European Qualifier number 2. And today, we will end up crowning a champion with a couple different faces in the semifinals. It's open for anyone. Welcome to the pre-show. I'm Lee, and joining me today, we have Johnny, CJ, and Shogun, ready to get things going. Shogun, I'm loving that today, hello again, we have a few different faces in those semifinals to give us hopefully a little show.
Yeah, I mean, 2 weeks ago, we came out of the event and we were saying to ourselves, all right, here's the 4. We've got this all sorted.
Right.
We'll just get through the next 2 tournaments and we know exactly who is going to be where. No, not the case whatsoever. We've got 2 new teams joining us, Magnifico and Oxygen, and opportunities. I mean, if either of those 2 can win their semi-final, oh dear me, Vitality are in big, big trouble.
CJ, you're shaking your head, yeah.
It's a little bit worrying. I mean, they're outside the top 4 Vitality in rankings, and Johnny, you wouldn't have picked that even after the first event. I know they obviously didn't maybe meet the highs that we're expecting of them, but to be outside the 4 after event 2, that's concerning.
It really is so surprising, and I'm excited about it because we were kind of worried that the top 4 would just run away with it and we'd have like the most clear locked in top 4 after this event, which it would be good and bad in different ways. It'd be good because we'd think, okay, that's exciting, we get to see these great teams on land, but even for all the other teams, they're just showing up thinking, well, what are we supposed to do? You know, obviously it's a long season, but having that competitiveness for the 4th spot, 3rd spot even, for me is fantastic.
Yeah, it also would be nice because it makes it easier for little brains like mine to be able to follow the action if it's only 4 teams I have to pay attention to. But if you have a small brain like me, you like pictures. Let's throw some pictures on the screen here. Let's take a look at this schedule for the season. What's going on across the board? We've said it a million times, but it's shorter this time. Johnny, there's only 2 majors before we hit a world championship, and we're already 2 qualifiers in towards that first major now.
Yeah, it's a much shorter season. We got rid of one of the splits, so World Championship is just closer. It is much closer. And you know, the first split in the past 2 seasons did end up being, you know, quite a ways away from the eventual World Championship. So I think there is a benefit here. What we're seeing in this first split could still be, you know, the active storyline going into. It's definitely more likely to be the active storylines going into Worlds this year. Hey,
TJ, did you know that we have LAN coming up? Were you aware?
It's pretty close. I think
you got the email,
really
right?
good at you're really good at saying that URL down there. Where can we find the tickets, Lee, for this Copenhagen first major?
You can find it at billetloon.dk. I was told the G is silent, so I'm getting closer. Billetloon.dk. So make sure you get down there again. If you really, really hate typing things out, you can find them on the socials. Just scroll through on whatever social you like, and you'll find the link there to get your tickets. But I'd love if you guys could join us. I mean, Shogun, you've been through the ringer a million times. LANs are so exciting.
How many LANs you been to, Shogun?
All right, there's 2, 3, 4, 5. Missed a couple in there. 8. There wasn't one next. There was a lot that we missed in there. Yeah. Got about 6, 7 more since we went open. We're definitely well into the double digits. I'm heading towards like 20 or so within, hopefully, the next few years. But hey, make sure you're all over there. They are all fantastic. I can, you know, name moments from each and every one of them. Just like, that was so much fun. None of them you come and just go, oh, I don't really know what happened there.
Right, and again, you hear us talk about it all the time. The only way to really trust us and know that we're telling the truth is to be there. So we hope to see you. But let's take a look at the schedule for next week, because today is the last day for this open qualifier. So no more Europe after Sunday. But we do then hit the middle of the week for a First Touch podcast. You always get some great takes going on there. You don't want to miss it. And then North America will be next week.
I can't wait for First Touch this week. It's going to be fire. I cannot wait for whatever they're going to have to say about what happened in Europe yesterday in particular. It's going to be such good content.
That is for sure. But again, of course, all the other regions kicking off next week. So if you want to see the action, make sure you're paying attention. Here's our prize pool and points. You know, that big, lovely 21,000 up there. CJ is a lovely number, but again, as we get closer to the end of this split, those 16 points become a little bit more interesting to these teams.
Yeah, I think Farah said it himself. They're not too worried about the prize money. Well, I guess as a coach, you're not really worried at all about the prize money, but the points is where it's at. And, you know, as Johnny said, with the removal of a split, only 2 this time, just points have amplified even more. There's no that third split or extra chance to qualify for majors to get those points. So everything on the line, and Championship Sunday as well, 4 extra points for that first place. That is huge. As we have a cat on camera again.
What are you doing?
Oh, which one's this?
This one's Boop. She's a little demon, and it's 30 minutes until she gets fed, so that means she needs to be fed right this very moment.
Oh, yeah, she does not like Pocket League.
There we go. All right, she's lying down. She's having a great time.
All right, we'll try to get through this, Boop. We'll get into the game so you can get fed here. But let's get people caught up then, because it's time for a little recap. We'd like to make sure you're ready and primed for Championship Sunday. We're going to just lock into the one match that actually went the distance here, because yesterday was an interesting one for Europe. Shogun Magnifico versus Saw was the only series that managed to get us to a best of 7.
What an absolutely beautiful time this was. A true day for bottling. This was incredible. We got it from direct after the fact, CJ. What was it that Magnifico spent in the lead here? 4 minutes winning a best of 7. They were in the lead.
7 games. They were in the lead for 4 minutes in total.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
2 minutes of those came in game 7, by the way.
I mean,
that's insane.
They had no right to win this series. All the stats say that this should have been SARS, but that's the beauty of Rocket League. And as you said, Shogun, an all-time bottle job. We had 3-0 leads lost. It was just get a goal, give it up instantly, kick off goals galore, overtimes every single game. It was insane. So that was a great way to start off. And we thought surely we're destined for Game 7 bonanza all through Saturday. But, well, I guess the rest of the teams had other ideas.
But you guys like the new tech for Sa, the techie Tekos? I'm loving what I'm seeing from him. I like the first top 8 performance from him, and I think he's a great fit for the team moving forward.
No, as you said, I think these two have been looking for someone like this for a while, and Tekos is that guy at this point. But I think Shogun said it best. Yesterday, we may have had the most ultimate caster curse ever. The way we started the pre-show, and then Europe's we'll show you what can happen here. So yeah, it was beautiful. It was an interesting day, Shogun. For it, we ended up just going into 2 sweeps right afterwards, and I think we got to talk about that.
So I think, as CJ said, we were looking at that first game. We were just thinking, all right, well, that was one of the sleeper matches today. Surely, as we look for everything else, it's going to be incredible. And it absolutely was, because this was beautiful, Johnny.
I mean, yeah, looking like our own ranked gameplay over there in US West, CJ. I feel like I've seen this before in a couple of these clips. But, yeah, I mean, CJ, thoughts on the level that you're seeing right now on the screen right now?
Just world class all around, just the entire day long. No, look, it was poor. I'll say it was an interesting day and not what we expected. But as we said, the
you need to defend this, Johnny.
Defend that one, Johnny.
Defend this.
I have no defense for that. Absolutely none. I'm not defending it. That was the worst kickoff I've ever seen. But no, if Vitality fans, if Gentleman's fans need some copium, I mean, I can see what I can do here to maybe provide you with some. But it's going to be perhaps a bit of a stretch. But yeah, man, it's actually an Exotic. They used to be teammates, so it's actually obviously kind of like defaulted to his old self. They're great pass to his former teammate.
As much as he was, I feel
like he probably just had a bit of a brain fart there. Thought, oh, cool, Exotic in the middle. And yeah, look at Exotic and Monkey. I mean, they probably think Drally's just going to 1v3. So don't blame them for leaving the net open, right? Right, guys?
You're Kobe.
Right? No, listen.
You're defending these shots more than any of the actual players were.
Look at the mind game from Juicy, just sending BDS a message. They've just won a game, and he says, you know what? We're going to start 1-0 down, just to send them a message. And look what it did. It didn't work, and they even sent them a message in Game 5 as well, with lots of messages from Juicy there, but none of them reached BDS, who actually won pretty handily.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go and say and apologize of all casters ever for that terrible caster curse that we bestowed upon the region yesterday.
What are you talking about? Why did me and CJ get lumped in on this? We weren't on that pre-show.
Oh, true.
I heard what you had to say for the first series of the day. I heard it hard enough. I think it's just as much you guys to blame. But it's fine. I mean, we didn't put EXO in there, so I think we're safe. I think we're good. I think we are safe today.
I'm in danger.
Let's take a look at where that world-class play put us on the leaderboards. Coming into today, of course, not much is going to change. But again, Johnny, we do have 2 new faces that are creeping up, and they can lock in some good points if they can get some dubs today.
Yeah, it's Magnifico and Oxygen who are still in the tournament. Vitality are tied with Magnifico and Oxygen just 1 point back. That really leaves all to play for in the final event, but still, I guess, well, all to play for Magnifico and Oxygen today. Now, they are against the top 2 teams in this weekend's tournament. Karmine Corp BDS have yet to lose, so big test for both these teams today. But even if they do lose, I mean, look at the position they're in. This is phenomenal when you're hunting down that 4th spot.
That is very true. Let's take a look at the bracket where we are sitting now. As you mentioned, we have Magnifico and Oxygen in the top 4. CJ, we questioned whether, after that first open regional, if we're going to have that top 4. We've already kind of touched on it, that no, it looks like it's blown open. But there are 2 teams proving that, hey, at least they're still at top with BDS and K-Corp.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of stability at the top of Europe, but as we saw with the points, what a chance, what an opportunity for Magnifico. Tied with Vitality right now to perhaps get a win over K-Corp. That'd be massive. Get their points on the board as well. We're looking at this major race, Shogun. We've only got 4 teams to the major to Copenhagen, and I'm even looking at some other teams down there for next regional that could even jump in. No one's safe at the top of Europe, so it's exciting.
It's going to be fantastic. It really is.
Yes, sir. What's also fantastic are good plays. Let's round it out. Let's balance off this segment and look at our top 3 plays. CJ, why don't you keep us rolling here with our play number 3?
Yeah, I'll just kick it off. I'll just do the whole thing. No, it was Techie Tekos, and how impressive was he? Everyone was talking about him coming in with Mike Bontho, and look at the recovery. He just got the dunk. Stizzy had the read, and he just read it all the way through, all the way across. Look at this. Stizzy's up there in the corner, and Techie, he's up early. He just read him like an absolute book, like a novel. Recovers, gets the shot. That's a beautiful number 3. Shogun.
Absolutely is. And then when it came to the match between Casey and Vitality, Casey had quite a few goals to pick from. This is the one that we've gone for, though. Everybody involved. Radosin doesn't know how to stop them. Zen stuck in no man's land, and they went on to dominate that match.
I think you all know it's going to be number 1 here. It is even better from his POV. Drally, the debut season wonder kid, has just sent a double tap in off his own back corner. And yeah, maybe it's bouncing on the line. I guess we'll never know, because Juicy only got a piece of it. And, the jury's out whether he could have saved this. I think it looks like he might have been able to.
He sent a message.
He definitely wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't. He sent a message, another message to BDS.
Really?
That's great. Yeah, that is stuff that only in my dreams, actually not even my dreams, I can accomplish, to be honest. But let's keep this recap going, but try something a little bit different. So yesterday we saw some oddities, but there were a lot of interesting strats coming out as well that I think worked out very well, specifically kickoffs. I actually already saw a lot of people in chat seeing this one on the sidebar and kind of excited for a little lesson. So let's try to be educational today. Johnny, I think you like kickoffs, right?
Just a little bit.
I'm sorry if I'm putting you in a box here, but
I don't really talk about kickoffs that much. But
okay.
some of you who have been paying attention will know that I'm a fan. But yeah, Karmine Corp kickoffs specifically, I love what I'm seeing from Karmine Corp. Besides the usual mix-ups that they've got some really cool strats that they're using more than once per series, not just they're mixing it in every now and then. And this is one of my favorite ones that they're going for often: the diagonal fake kickoff with a close cheating player behind. So you notice there Rise is following the kickoff very closely. But faking on the diagonal is not the usual spawn point for faking. It's usually when everybody's back in the middle. But Karmine Corp are making this one work with that close cheating second player.
Look at that. I like it. It's probably not the most effective in terms of all players getting boost on the team, Johnny, but it certainly is a way to get pressure straight away, get that possession off the kickoff.
Yeah, and they used it there in the very first kickoff of the series, but they also used it in overtime game too. So this is a kickoff they are relying on in clutch situations as well. And in this one, it doesn't even go in the same manner as the first one. Notice the close cheating player there, Vatira. Ball goes past him, but no problem, because where else can the ball really go other than the back corner towards Atto, where the last man is. So they've got a couple of outcomes there that they're perfectly happy with. This second one, though, we move on to, I think, my favorite kickoff. Yeah, except usually when I do it, I've just forgotten it's my turn to go. But they're doing this on purpose. You know, when you see this, you might think that they've messed something up, but they are intentionally not going with the players closest to the ball, and they're sending the player farthest away from the ball. Vatira's going there not because he thinks he can get there. I mean, he's not dumb. He knows he's going to get beaten to the ball, but he is forcing a touch that can only really go to a KC player in the back corner. Here they are again in game 3. They're doing it in the second kickoff of the game. This isn't even the double diagonal spawn. They're still doing the same thing, leaving the ball on the kickoff, and it just naturally goes towards your player in the back corner for free, and you've just got a boost on every single player in your team.
I mean, the beautiful thing about that. What's that?
That they would have on this, or is there any reads that the other team could have on these sort of plays, or is it
it's
just
hard to stop? We do it in ranked, me and Johnny. It's hard to stop.
It's tough. I mean, even if they see it coming, most of the counter attempts are stopped by the close cheating player, so I really like it. But yeah, we saw this one as well last week, or 2 weeks ago, I should say. The double kickoff where Atto there arriving intentionally a little bit late to get a big dunk, and then he just bumped everybody on the pitch as well afterwards. So well played, Atto. But yeah, you notice they're not actually hitting the ball at the same time. Rise and Atto there. Rise is getting the first touch, and then Atto is coming in a little bit later. That's the key in order to get that big volatile dunk to work.
See, the problem that we're having by showing these on broadcast and saying, hey, look, a world-class team is actually doing this, is that everyone is going to try this in rank now, and it's
I don't see the problem.
Go well.
No, I don't see the problem, Leaf.
But solo queue, you need coordination for this.
No,
the
well,
thing is, right, like we've had kickoff strats for such a long time, but you still see Vitality not able to execute a normal kickoff in a crucial situation. So even though we're showing them, begin to be YouTube videos, whatever you want, tutorials, pro teams still sometimes lapse and just go to the same old. It's almost these bad habits that they've got. So I think we need more training, more analysis, Johnny. Even more.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, all right. Well, I want to move on to the next topic. We're getting kickoff closer and closer here. It's time for a little hope. Oh, we're almost there. Boop, don't worry. A little hope or nope. So I think this will be a great fun segment. Johnny, you've got a little warm up now after coping off those replays earlier here. But what I'm going to do is give each of you guys a phrase, and then you're going to have about 10 to 20 seconds that you're going to have to defend that phrase and give us some hope. Chat, you're going to get involved. We're going to ask you for a hashtag hope or a hashtag nope, whether you believe that we can keep hoping in that phrase or if it's just going to be a straight up nope. Let's start off with CJ. CJ, I'm going to give you one relevant to your region here. The other day, we had Torsauce tweeting out that he believes that anyone hating on OCE obviously hasn't watched the games. We are back. I want you to argue that Torsauce is right. Give us some hope.
Yeah. Not only we are back, we are beep back as well. So that's the confidence that Torsos is showing. I believe it as well. OCE is so back. Torsos is right. All of you guys have been sleeping on this region. You haven't been watching. So how can you guys come in here and think that we're not back? We are so back. Team Power, they're dominating. And the fact that they're beating a Chiefs with Gus the Bus as well. They got Hunter the Crocodile Hunter. They got Gus the Bus. And they got Super Lockie playing hockey. And Power still absolutely handing it to them. 4-0s, 4-1s. So if Power can do that to one of the best teams in the world, OCE is so back. Come on, flip the vote around. Flip the vote around. What are we doing?
Do they park the Gus? Just so kind of off the question.
That's a
we have unlocked something there though.
Gus the Bus has been parking.
Give yourselves like good nicknames for once. Oh, we're gonna really hype up. We're gonna go the Bus. Yeah, that's gonna make everyone.
I just want to point out though, everybody was voting nope until CJ announced the nicknames for a team not even in the conversation, and now you guys are voting yes. So that is how you piece with chat.
Come on, let's see. Come on,
this is still going. Yeah, I mean,
there's still time. Come on, let's get that 50-50. Let's get it up. Come on, chat. What are we doing?
You can't be voting up for a region that hasn't done anything since this guy was playing.
You just wait for Copenhagen Show, and you just wait because we are back. Let's get the hopes up, ladies and gents. Let's win this thing.
I honestly, I'd be spamming hashtag hope right now because the passion this man just delivered. We're about to go. We are going.
Let's keep it going. Let's get it to 100%. It's not possible, but let's get it up there. Keep it going.
It's unbelievable.
This is madness.
Watching them slowly drift towards the canyon and about to fall off.
Holy smokes. Okay, well, I think OCE is back, baby, and we'll see if they can deliver when it comes to major time. Let's move on to Shogun now.
Do I have to after that?
You've got a bit. Yeah, you've got something to follow up on, don't you?
I don't have anything to follow up on. The bar could not be lower.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bring it back to this region here. Last week, or earlier in pre-show, we were curious if we would see any new teams in top 4. We got 2 new teams in top 4, and to prove that Europe has depth, I think the qualifier 3 will see yet another 2 teams in top 4.
Which I think is just the easiest thing ever to push, because as we've already established, we all thought it was going to be a 4-team region 2 weeks ago. We've also established we don't know what we're talking about whatsoever.
That's a good point.
Go away from this entirely. We'll get 2 of the regulars back. We'll get BDS back. We'll get KC back. We won't see Vitality even make the major. That's pretty much what I'm implying with all of this one. But who takes the spots? I hear you asking me. Dear friends, I've got some names for you. Endpoint. Of course, Endpoint are definitely going to make it.
I'll back Smokes for the team.
Bellagal on that other spot. Come on, Bellagal.
Bellagal's a shout, actually.
That is a shout.
That is a
You've also
shout.
got Redemption. Redemption, if they can just stop bottling, Sir can even make it. There's so many teams. Moist Esports weren't even here this week, but could you really put it past them going for the pop-off?
Shogun, all I'm going to say is you are so lucky that all of the French Super Teams fans don't understand your accent, or they would be voting so many no's right now.
I think I'm talking so quickly.
I was going to say,
actively gatekeep.
I got lost in the magic there as well until I actually pulled myself and said, wait, Bellagal top 4. Okay. We're definitely a little bit on the hope train right now, but it looks like there's a little bit of belief from chat on this one. All right, Johnny. I've given you the last one here, and I need you to tell me why G2 will make the Copenhagen Major Finals.
Leaf G2 are not just going to make the Copenhagen final. They're going to win the Copenhagen Major final. They're going to take the whole thing. Have you seen this team completely ruffle stomping NA? And we all know how good NA is as a region. They've almost won so many lands. So G2 dominating that region is a clear sign that they are just going to roll through Copenhagen. It's going to be Copenhagen for G2 fans, and that is why G2 are going to come out on top. I mean, do I need to remind you?
I'm not going to fight you on this one.
Just going to say,
this is all yours.
Beast mode. Daniel, Atomic,
good point,
probably
good point.
Cooking it up in the midfield or something. I would imagine. Like, this is such an obvious hope. I don't
top 2 and not 2. Alongside the Muffin Men, Johnny. Those 2 teams will just be dominating Copenhagen.
Top 2, not 2. Exactly.
Yeah,
that's why immediately we're into the blue here. Copenhagen is.
Didn't even need to sway them. Why did you give me and CJ things that we actually had to argue for, Leaf? And
I had 61%. Johnny's not winning this.
I'm just so compelling, and I was such a consistent NA preacher over the year, like NA fan. So I think coming from me, it was just a natural hopium angle.
I think honestly, your statement has a lot more to stand on, especially off what we saw yesterday. Let's hope today changes things up a little bit. Thank you guys for giving us some hope looking into the future, and chat for joining on with us. Speaking of chat, we've been competing with you guys. We have been tracking all of your predictions when it comes to our featured matches, and on the leaderboard, you guys are doing good. Johnny, you're getting beat by chat.
No, listen, how come chat gets to beat me out just because of alphabetical order? This is unbelievable.
Yeah, exactly, that's how it works.
I'm changing my name to Annie Boy so I can be on top of all the prediction tiebreakers from now on.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at me up there, Leaf. I'm top 2 and not 1. That's what we want. W in chat. Thank you.
How is Stumpy winning another one of these? Stumpy just seems to get good results more often than he should do. He just predicts ridiculousness on day 1.
He broke his computer, and then that worked for him. Okay,
but the craziest thing is that Cole is now losing. Tied with Shogun.
I agree here. No, Cole's losing. It's the battle of the bin down here.
I'm
and trust me, when it comes to battling for the bin, I will always win. Cole is stuck down there now.
Listen, I'm just one final thought on that is that you guys, you can no longer critique my predictions because you, the audience, as a collective, have the same predictions. So we're all in this together, guys. We're painfully mid. We are right the smack bang in the middle.
I think I'm doing a good job as a host, being right in the middle of it all, too. Sitting right on the fence. Let's take a look at the bracket today. We have 4 teams remaining left, and it's going to be Team BDS versus Oxygen as your second match, and K-Corp Magnifico up as your first there. It's pretty easy to see what order is going in. If you want to screenshot this, go for it. But I should hope you can remember this. Let's start talking about our first matchup. It's going to be Magnifico facing off against the Blue Wall Carmine Corp. Magnifico, one of those 2 new teams finally reaching into the top 4 Shogun. They have a massive mountain to climb ahead of them. K-Corp are holding the title of winning that last open qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, watching Magnifico yesterday, it was incredibly entertaining, but if they want any chance in this matchup, this is going to have to be the best, cleanest Rocket League that we have ever seen from Magnifico. And one name that we're going to point out, both me and CJ, I feel, Stizzy. He needs to be just as good as he was yesterday.
He's locked. Yeah, yep. He's leaned in. He's laser focused.
Controller on top of it. I still can't believe it. I tell you what, the angle that we had of him scoring this air dribble though before. Look at this. Look at that.
That is a really great angle.
Do you know what? I've been thinking about this. He can play with the shortest cable ever and be in this position. So it may actually be like milliseconds faster every time he presses a button.
Oh.
There's just less distance for the signal to travel.
Hashtag cope or nope.
Yeah, this could be the new meta from Stizzy, and
that's pure physics.
Yeah, he's here to play today. I rate Stizzy highly. I think he's got more to show. This guy's definitely not unlocked his full potential.
He's showing something. Is he flexing?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
He's got a sweater on.
This angle, I think this should be the future of player cams. Instead of seeing their faces, we should just see the POV of their screen.
POV.
So, yeah, from behind. So that'll look cool.
What do you think of Xterraz? He's just got like
dance party.
I don't like that he's got a flashing light. That would do my head in.
Oh, he's a real gamer.
Some kind of miniature like club in the corner of his kitchen. I don't know what's going on here because he's just in the dark apart from the corner rave. I wonder what's going on over there. We need the camera pointed at that angle.
Party.
I love it. Hey, if you don't got RGB, you ain't a true gamer. That's for sure. But again, this team's going to have some good vibes. You saw it on the cams that they're ready to go in. I think I've always called it the take 3 effect. When you got nothing to lose, you might perform better. But you are up against K-Corp and most importantly, Farah. I mean, this man, as we said, is the true hero. I mean, this is his story. He's on such a streak of dubs right now, and he's got such a solid Johnny squad behind him to follow through with the plan.
But I'm seeing one piece of inconsistency here. Is that Atto with the black trousers? Is that? Yeah, it is. So he's not matched the blue that the rest of the team has obviously gone for.
Lack of synergy early.
I do want to also point out the brilliance of Farah has to be highlighted. He has angled the whiteboard back a little so that the lights in the ceiling blur it out on screens that none of the other teams can read as strats. I mean, this guy is just on another level when it comes to hiding the team secrets.
Uh-oh, the hands are going again. I'm scared for Magnifico.
Like, you just stare at this. If you're playing K-Corp and you just happen to tune into the stream, which I'm sure the players do, and you see this, I mean, Shogun, this instill fear in the opponents, just how professional this outfit looks.
I mean, the whole setup is as good as it comes, really. They are ready to go. I'm instilled fear because we already saw how late they were on Friday.
Hey, they made it yesterday. They made it yesterday.
Did they?
They did make it on time. I'm really hoping so because this cat is staring me down like she is not letting me forget any time.
Someone DM Farah and say there's a hungry cat. We got to get these games going.
That'll get it sorted.
Shogun's
finally.
In danger.
I'm in actual danger. This thing is. It's not blinked in like a minute. That's terrifying.
I do want to also highlight. I think we cannot stress just how good this KC team has looked. Yesterday had a lot of teams flopping all over the place, and KC were not one of them. They were completely locked in, and even when their opponent's vitality started to crumble, they just mercilessly kept on scoring. They just kept going. Every goal, every single kickoff, every single play, it just looked like a tie game. It looked like they're playing as seriously as the previous play. So I'm super impressed with this team, and I think that Magnifico will have to pull off one of the biggest upsets of the season if they're going to take KC down.
CJ, the biggest thing about this squad is how clutch they come up to. They're not perfect. They're not infallible. We've seen mistakes, even from Vati Goat himself. But the fact of the matter is they always end up locking in and get themselves to these positions.
I mean, they don't lose game 5s or game 7s. And they actually don't lose. It's scary. Right. Usually they don't get there. But when they do, Champfield, Ryzen, and Vatira are just something else. And Vatira's been super impressive. I've loved his transition, the way he can adapt during a series. We see how important his third man role has been, particularly early on the Friday. Obviously, Vitality matchup was a little bit different. They didn't need to do as much that anything too crazy there. But I mean, Shogun, you can talk all day about this lineup, but even Farah, when Farah's talking to the players, he has the 100% attention of all three players on his team. So that's the sign of a really quality coach that the team trusts.
Not only does he have that 100% attention, he's also got that 100% tournament win rate, just to bring that one back. Has not been defeated. Farah has not been eliminated from a tournament since the start of spring last season for an RLCS. That is 6 events, 1 in a row. If they can do this one today, Leaf, that makes it 7.
Yeah, well, Vatira's Champ Sunday streak continues as well. What is that?
Yeah, I was about to say, how many Sundays in a row?
I'm pretty sure it's 24, going all the way back to when Moist started, or his Team Queso actually back then, started to make a splash. That he has not missed a Championship Sunday. He's the most consistent player. And now he's not just getting top 4, he's getting top 1s, it would seem.
Yeah, it's just madness, the consistency from a player like this, and that's why it's so hard for, I think, anyone to go against this squad. I've seen nothing but KCs in the chat right now, and I have a feeling I know it's KCs across the board for the analysts as well, because there's just no way you can bet against the blue wall at this point, unless they do start to actually falter. Sure, they drop down in qualifiers to the lower bracket, but they still make it through. They're still in top 4 CJ, and you cannot bet against them.
I think that if they need any more motivation as well, they win this. It's simple. They clinch the major. So it's not just to win and try and win another regional. They're here to try and take it all. And they're off to Copenhagen, perhaps 4 games away. So you have to go K-Corp. They're too good.
Yeah, that's the big thing, Shogun, is that this team also knows that they can lock in Copenhagen with a dub after this weekend. That's focused on.
When you look towards, players like Vatira and Farah, they don't seem to suffer from that. Oh, hey, we won something big. Let's take the foot off the gas. They've been motivated by domination, by just taking over a region for the longest time. Rare to find in a lot of sports, and yeah, that is not a surprising number.
A very blue screen right now. I feel like that tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, that's why do you think I wore this today? No, that was actually an accident. I don't think that much, but I'm not surprised you guys went with 85% KCs. I am surprised it wasn't even higher, but we have our matchup ready. Why don't we kick off Championship Sunday? Magnifico has an absolute mountain to climb. We'll see if they can make their way into the grand finals, but the blue wall will be standing steady in their way.
There are opponents that will stand in your way across time, and Magnifico have come up against a wall that seems to be completely unbreakable here in Europe. I'm Stumpy, joined by Cole. Carmine Corp versus Magnifico. This is going to be a massive test for the new squad.
The statistics for Carmine Corp are absolutely insane. 24th Championship Sunday in a row. But hold the phone, blow the whistle, ref. Magnifico 1-0.
We analysed all the kickoffs on the pre-show. Johnny had a look at them, sneaking it past 2 players on Carmine Corp in 2 seconds. Magnifico, what a perfect lead.
I mean, you talk about these kickoff plays and how they do seem to be having a bigger and bigger impact at the top level of the RLCS. And whether that was a 400 IQ play from Magnifico or a mess up from Carmine Corp, a rare mess up at that rate, who knows? We'll analyse that one later, but it does just put a little bit of confidence into the hearts of Magnifico, I'm sure.
That's exactly what you want too, but confidence coming out of yesterday, that's got to be surging for Magnifico. We criticised that series versus Sir. There were quite a few basic errors. It was not what we necessarily come to see from the top squads, but they had the result. The sheer determination that we saw coming out of Magnifico was wonderful, and a player on Magnifico's side, Stizzy, his first time showing up at this level, the impact that he has made for 2 relative veteran players alongside him, it's the debut that anybody would dream of.
Well, it's the debut at this point in the tournament. He's made RLCSs before, but never the semi-finals. Yeah. That's when the pressure ramps up. When you start meeting teams like Carmine Corp in every game pretty much, and that's what you can see. That response is fairly instant.
There's a great pass too from Atto over to Rise, who pops it, then immediately goes for the man, leaves it open for Vati, can come in, and Vatira on his 24th Championship Sunday in a row. The last time he didn't make Championship Sunday was October 23rd, 2021. 2.5 years ago.
Never in a month of Sundays. Vatira has almost achieved a month of Sundays. We're going to have to change the phrase.
It's ridiculous. And, you know, that's the kind of quality that Magnifico are going to need to try and find themselves over. And Atomic, he's another quality player on the side of Magnifico too. He has been putting up fantastic stats across the board, been the standout player statistically when you look at what is happening for Magnifico. But as a trio, we've seen Tox come so close to making it to lands, and Cole, this is going to be one step closer again for him.
He has to just keep on fighting, as do Magnifico. It's such a good opportunity. If they can just win this one, then they go into the third open qualifier ahead of Team Vitality, potentially others. So there'll be plenty of teams hoping that Magnifico lose this one. That opening goal won't be what they would have wanted, but they have been performing well so far, Magnifico, asking one or two questions from Karmine Corp. Here's another one. Tox shoots. Atto, so composed, but he does get demoed. It could be 2-1. Vatira through the smoke. A little bit of chaos for Karmine Corp, and that might be Magnifico's best hope here.
Vatira, pure guesswork as the fire and flames erupt around in that demo, shutting off any visibility. Atto pings it midfield from the push towards his own half. And we've seen a lot of damage being done from players' backboards, let alone from the ceiling. Vatira, a dagger.
Yeah, he's watching Stizzy like, oh, you fancy yourself to get a ceiling pinch, do you? Well, not when I'm here. We'll turn that into a dunk for the blue wall and give Karmine Corp the lead for the first time this series.
We're approaching half-time and already 3 goals flying their way in, and being able to see Magnifico at this level is a fantastic, way to come into Championship Sunday too. Because what a side that Atomic and Tox, that they've always been part of. Atomic going to majors previously, not performing how he would have wanted, especially on certain Utopia-based maps. When we see, yes, exactly. We have seen him compete along with G1 historically. But they are a team that will be able to make lands frequently if everything does end up going their way. But a strong top 4 in Europe is going to be what stands between them and that success.
Well, so far, Karmine Corp have just about managed to wrestle the initiative here, but Magnifico aren't too bad defensively as Karmine Corp go up. Atto leaves it for Rise, and I've got to say, when they get going, they make things look simple.
It's a lovely fake from Atto too, because then realistically, then forcing Atomic has to think, okay, who's going to take this shot? Will Atto touch it down towards Rise? At that point, Rise is up, he's made the touch, and he's taken the shot.
3-1 now to the good for Karmine Corp, looking a bit more comfortable. They'll be happy for that. Haven't been shaken at all by the opening kickoff, which would have been somewhat understandable, just to have a little bit of the heebie-jeebies after a goal goes against you 2 seconds in. What we are seeing now is Magnifico having to fight for every loose ball. Karmine Corp giving them nothing, not so much as a sniff. As they are 3-1 to the good. Vatira goes up against Stizzy. Also going to go into the far corner. Now Rise should be able to get this one by himself. Tox is going up for it. Vatira is already there. He's already proving how dangerous he can be, even if he's not having the loudest series mechanically. All it takes is one dunk, one block, and Vatira's going to be there. It is good demos. That might be something they have to rely on.
Yeah, we've seen how aggressive the teams outside of our theoretical top 4 do end up being against the top 4 teams. And it's a way that you can really show off how you can't be that confident if you are coming in as a top seed. It will be scary. Vatira is scary up high to the backboard. Stizzy's going to be able to catch. And will the aggression follow the ball? When you have that solo player coming in, as a teammate, you can make it so much easier. Take it from 2 defenders to 1 or even to 0.
Karmine Corp just looks so composed, though. Every time Magnifico are coming forwards towards them, there's always, I was going to say there's always a player there. There's always 2 players there. Rise is waiting behind Vatira, saying, oh, is this one going to be too much of a stretch for you? If so, it's all good, man. It's fine, I'll get it. He wasn't needed in the end, but he was there. They just spread around the pitch so incredibly well, the Karmine Corp.
Good
but these
demo.
demos might be important. Oh, he snatched at it. That was a chance.
It was a chance for either Atomic to go for the ground pinch or Stizzy to end up going for a normal shot. Instead, they both try their own thing. It gets skied. A goal is not scored, and with 30 seconds left, it would have reduced that gap to just 1.
Oh, Atto is a menace. Atto is absolutely just the most frustrating person to play against.
Emotionally devastating. A demo, a fake, leaves the ball, hands it off to Rise on a silver platter. The final 20 seconds is going to tick down as a bit of a formality. Karmine Corp take game number 1.
Yeah, they take it in the end, dominating fashion. I mean, it's what the predictions expected. It's what probably most of us believed would happen, but it's one thing to think it's going to, and on paper say it will. Another thing to see it here on the flesh. Always beautiful watching Karmine Corp play. Are they going to get a 5th one for the road? Not quite this time. A goal for Magnifico would help them out, but Vatira. It's the professionalism shown by Karmine Corp. The game is won, and still they're not giving anything away. Maybe Magnifico will get a goal. No. Yet again, more saves. Do not give your opponents a sniff. They're so ruthless.
It's a shame that we didn't see Magnifico get that goal right towards the end as a little bit of a confidence booster potentially, because I think, as you said, they both snatched at it. They both had a plan, Atomic and Stizzy, and they weren't able to settle on who should be taking it. Karmine Corp, they take that full advantage, go down the other end, see the Magnifico are a little bit shaken by it, and can then get that nice tap in. Karmine Corp 4-1, game number 1. And after their 4-0 of Vitality yesterday, and not just that, an embarrassing of Vitality, the current reigning world champions, a humbling. It was a big moment, I think, in Europe when you see Karmine Corp with this brand new squad take it that hard.
They just have everything in their locker, Karmine Corp. I mean, they have the individual plays as Stizzy misses that opportunity there. They might have pinched it off each other.
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't matter too much. You never really got the sense that Magnifico were going to come back into this game. What impresses me is the sheer variety of goals that Karmine Corp can score. We haven't really in this tournament seen them, on the back ropes, but you just know that if they ever do get there, that's when they can fall back on the mechanics. Give the ball to Vatira, let's see what he can do. So far, thanks to their team play, that's not even been necessary, Stumpy.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're seeing Karmine Corp come through relatively chill as well. You look at their player cams, they're not going too crazy. They're making sure that they're keeping their expectations as, let's make sure, it's comfortable, it's calm, it's cool, collected. It's what we saw from Oxygen yesterday. On their cams, they were pretty chill. They scored a goal, they celebrated, but then it's, right, straight back into it. Let's make sure that we go through this professionally and that they have a very professional game.
Still unbeaten in European RLCS in the 24 season, which is an increasingly incredible statistic. And who knows when it will be challenged. Even Vitality in their unbeaten season, they lost a series, right? They had to go to the lower bracket to beat, I think it was Karmine Corp actually, last season to get one of their online regional victories. And the
they
Spring Major from the bottom as well, right?
They lost in the grand finals to Karmine Corp when it was a bracket reset. So they lost that series when they didn't lose the result in the end.
Ah, got ya. Well,
at the major, they got slapped about a little bit.
And then still won it. The point I'm making is that even Vitality at their pomp were losing the occasional best of 7. Karmine Corp haven't even hinted that they will just yet. At least not today anyway. They have had to win a game 7, so maybe that's the blueprint that other teams can take forward as Tox takes a touch here. Into the center he goes, past Atto as well. That's good play from Tox. Stizzy is there. The ball's just gonna go past his despairing dive. Atomics to the ceiling. It's a decent start here in game 2 for Magnifico. But you need to do more than that, Stumpy. You need to get yourself some goals.
Yeah, shame that they couldn't really capitalise on that one goal they got literally 2 seconds in, Magnifico. But you have to do a lot more when you're making sure that you are going to be the strongest team coming into this game, realising that you're the underdogs and then taking any advantage that you can get. And bear in mind too that there's only 4 teams right now in the world that are unbeaten in main events. It's G2, it's Limitless, it's Power, and it's Karmine Corp.
Not a bad selection of teams based on the regions that they're in and how dominant these teams have been. And that's who Karmine Corp can put themselves in fine company with. But so far, yet to break the deadlock here in game 2. Rise is going to try and change that now. He has Atto to his right, who just opposite towards the goal. Too much there on that attack, but Rise stealing some boost, might be able to do a little bit of good work. Again, what we're seeing is the professionalism of Karmine Corp. They're starting to become a little robotic almost, Stumpy. Even when they have all these wins, all these goals, they're not getting carried away and chucking 3 men forward. The blueprint and the plan just seems to remain the same.
Approaching halfway through the game 2, and that blueprint so far is leading to a nice little neat 0-0. I'd say a 0-0 in favour, if I can say that, of a 0-0 towards Magnifico. They haven't conceded quite as many goals as they did previously, obviously 0 compared to the 4 that they had in the last game. But a nice catch from Rise in the back corner. A flick does not make it over Atomic. It then goes below Vatira, who reads it, and we're seeing these pre-jumps over and over again. Some teams getting caught out by the pre-jumps, makes them a lot easier to fake, but when you've not got the intention of a fake, if you then go for one of the pre-jumps and you able to read where that player's going, it's going to be a lot easier to work it past.
Atomic's going to just send this one forward past Vatira. Things might open up here for Magnifico. Can he get around the ball here? He does, but already there's 2 players back there. Recover so quickly, Karmine Corp their defense. Rise tries to flick it onto Atto. Can Atto do? What chaos can he cause here? Plenty. The pinch is more than even he anticipated. It was almost effective. And the demo comes out, even rotating out Karmine Corp, causing more trouble. Magnifico, though, do end up with the ball. Atto just sends that one long. Magnifico brewing something here. Atomic sends it into the corner where Stizzy is waiting. I think he's got a flip reset here if he can use it. He does, but sadly for him, the angles don't quite work out. But again, just little signs to Magnifico, something to work with, until Rise comes forward and almost scores.
Yeah, fake out from Rise leaves Atomic flubbering for the ball. Atto with 1 reset, 0 boost, gets 50, it's on target. With 0 boost, Atto is still a threat.
Atto, the only player for Karmine Corp who's even taken a shot in this game. He's got 4, and he turns that 4th one into a flip reset dunk. And as we were saying last game, Stumpy, even when the passing plays aren't tearing the opposition apart, they've got the mechanics to rely on.
No boost needed for the Belgian. Just easily gets that dunk through, and the placement's brilliant, goes the opposite corner. But so far, Magnifico, as we said, they have been holding on well. No goals conceded until the final minute and a half. And they've had a lot of decent chances themselves too. Nice chance in the final minute for Rise to get bumped out of the way. Stizzy fakes out one, but Vatira stays in position. Just about his momentum keeps him right in front of the goal, frustratingly for Stizzy. Stizzy's going to be up, challenges versus Vatira. Now that backboard sees it go central again from Stizzy. All over the place, sets up Atomic. We have a level game.
Well done, Magnifico. They kept their bravery up. Stizzy refused to be beaten, kept himself in the play, and then got the perfect touch towards Atomic, who has the simple job of putting it away to make it 1-1. 52 seconds left.
Hounding the defense. Stizzy was everywhere on that play, and Atomic, right place, right time. Great initiative to believe in your teammate. And Tox now to the ceiling. Bumps one. That's going to be Rise having to dive across net. Gets it just away from the goal line. Final 40 with Atto in the corner. A booster from Atomic and a bump attempt. But Atto with low boost. And Vatira, he stays in net. The bump attempt was not able to come through, and Atomic getting blocked out. And Vatira once again shot near target, but not quite on.
Oh, Tox, though, pops that one over to Atto, and Atomic then beats Vatira. Rise, how's your touch? It's central. It's not the best one, to be honest, but Vatira helped him out somewhat there. I'm not sure that's what Rise intended, nor is that what Stizzy intended. Vatira's in here, could kill it. Stizzy gets a touch into the center. Atomic gets the save, an all-important touch from the Spaniard, and then Tox sees things away. 5 seconds now between us and overtime in game 2, but will there be? No, there won't. Some 0 seconds drama.
Magnifico as well through this event have had a fantastic overtime record. They've had 9 and they've won 7 of them. Karmine Corp, they are 1-3. Only had 4. They have not had a good record whatsoever. So in favor of Magnifico. But will Karmine Corp have that magic that they couldn't show off at the end, Cole, as you were trying to lead them into a little bit of magic before we hit overtime?
Rise might get this one over the top. Atto was hoping he could. Won't matter too much though when Vatira's coming in. He's got the bounce off the floor, the half volley. Atto now coming in again. Karmine Corp has started overtime better, but that touch could change things. Stizzy, the pre-flip almost. That could have been beautiful, but couldn't quite connect.
Vatira now going long down that left-hand side. Atomic doesn't jump, Atomic waits it out, and then that leaves more and more time for his teammates to come back. Great play until Tox and Atomic both commit on that ball. Tox now waiting at the back. All of them find themselves relatively low. Vatira with enough boost to get a reset, but Tox yet another save. Now Atomic into the sky with boost, immediately shut down by Atto.
I'll tell you what, though, I didn't like that defending very much from Magnifico. A little bit passive. They were slow there to clear their lines. Come out and attack the Karmine Corp player. You cannot keep doing that. For now, though, they remain in the overtime. Certainly in with a chance. Atto, as Tox in front of him, just slows down. Never wastes a touch, does the man. Tox there puts it to the side, though. He does read it well. Atomic, he might be able to get this one into the center. Perfect touch pass, Rise. Tees up Stizzy, who could have done more again.
Stizzy takes the easy shot. Takes something that, you know, he wants to just try and tap it on net. That's not going to work versus Karmine Corp. Tox, what a wonderful clear from him, and then gets a secondary touch away.
He did well to just give himself a chance to save that. Rise could have done better, but Tox did everything he possibly could have in that situation and earned the luck.
Atto misses that chance, faking out potentially for Rise. Now Atomic at the back has to get a block, and look at the pressure that we're seeing. KC build of a flick nearly goes over the top. Rise wider target, no boost for him, and our Karmine Corp find themselves low, as do Magnifico. It's a low boost derby. It's another block from Tox. Time and time again, Tox on the goal line is the man to save Magnifico's skin.
The defensive superstar so far, but you have to do more than that. It's not just about keeping Karmine Corp out for as long as you can. To get down the other end. Tox, he is leading the charge right now for Magnifico, but Vatira does get a clean win. Atomic is now in charge of slowing things down. Letting his teammates grab some boost, get themselves back in the attack. Stizzy, a man who's had a couple of chances, not been able to convert just yet. You think one more and he will. If he gets it, first he has to make a save or two. Tox sends it forwards. Our Carmine Corp getting a bit frustrated, Stumpy.
And Rise takes out that frustration on Atomic as well as Stizzy works it round. Can't get a bump on Atto. Tox fancied it for him. That's bottom corner. But Rise to block, and a very convincing chance here for Magnifico until Rise passes it towards Vatira. Stizzy dives across. Yet more brilliance on that lad's debut.
Oh, Tox is having such a blinding overtime. Pre-jumping there. Just a charge down Carmine Corp, not making the same mistakes from earlier. And here he is again. Slows it down. Gets the touch. It's straight downwards. Wanted to land in front of the defense. Doesn't matter for now because the attack continues.
Shot after shot now coming in favor of Magnifico. 50 out wide, and that is going to lead into their 9th shot in total for Magnifico. On the other side of Carmine Corp, it's 16. It's
wow.
So many goals considering, sorry, so many shots considering the number of goals that we've had.
Yeah, just an onslaught. But to be fair from both teams, they're taking their turns and they're almost maximizing these attacking opportunities. Atto is going to be so much danger. The alarm bells will ring every time he has the ball. His Rise, though. Stizzy and Atomic in goal. Atomic just gets the all-important first touch. Stizzy can finish it. Magnifico, their defending has impressed me so much.
Yeah, great defending there too. I think earlier we might have seen Stizzy leave the backboard. Instead this time, he waits on the backboard there, shies away from it. Atomic gives him the better call. They're communicating so well in defense and it's showing off. But now Stizzy's the last man back. Atomic has to dive in and Stizzy gets bumped on the backboard. Now Tox, right-hand side, low on boost. What can he do with it? Just pass it over towards Vatira. Rise will be first to this ball. It bounces down. It's a tap in. And unfortunately, it comes off the nose of Stizzy. But if he wasn't going to tap it in, Vatira was ready to poach.
Yeah, you might as well get a touch. Hope you can somehow force this one around. Rise had already done all the hard work, getting it finally over the top of the aerialing Magnifico defender. He takes a cool, calm and collected sip of water. A well-earned drinks break for Carmine Corp. Vatira there, Stumpy. 663 points, no goals. Just general dominance.
Yeah, making sure that he finds himself anywhere on the pitch. When you see that by 6 saves, 6 shots. Vatira, mate, be happy with yourself. You did a great job.
I was going to say, Tox got 719 and no goals, so a huge game for the supporting players right there. And it's going to be a huge moment for the supporters because we have got a 2-minute tactical timeout called by Magnifico.
It's a decent chance for them. I love it being taken after 2. I've said that for years now. It's taking it after 2, you have a little bit more time, you have a buffer game in case it doesn't quite go well. And you see there, I see people in chat saying, own goal, lol. It doesn't matter. Vatira was there regardless. Stizzy has to do whatever he can, otherwise you hand it over. It's the lesser of 2 evils, potentially. So Carmine Corp getting a fantastic win there, but they really had to battle against the 15 saves of Magnifico.
Yeah, like Magnifico's defensive prowess there was very impressive. There were 1 or 2 moments where I wanted them to be more aggressive in their defending, but for the most part, that's nitpicking. When you're up against the Carmine Corp attack, you know, there's going to be things that you could have done differently, and they'll still score against you. It's far from easy, but they do have this tactical timeout, and they're 2 games down. Will they be pleased at this point?
Maybe not considering their overtime record. You know, I said earlier that they were 7-2. Currently now they're 7-3. That's also going to be only the 2nd overtime win for Carmine Corp this entire event. I think you would look at that one as Magnifico's 1 to win potentially, considering their defense that they put up too. But it all comes down to that one moment. It's definitely a time for the coach of Magnifico to make sure that he keeps his boys composed. And also, I've noticed, Tox has shaved his little goatee off, which is a shame. I quite like the goatee. Oh, made him look like a magician.
Rip the goatee.
Yeah.
But we are talking in a game that features Vatira. He is doing everything expected of him. Yeah, I really had to force that one, but it's fine. We'll move on.
Right.
Carmine Corp, another couple of games to the good. They'll be pretty chill, right?
Yeah, I mean, Carmine Corp, you can see like the vibes in their room as well, in their boot camp. They're chilling. They're all wearing matching tracksuits, which is fun.
I love that. Oh, we look cool.
I think it's brilliant. I love that. I imagine seeing that come out on stage too. Because your fat, dumpy little clothes won't fit my long body.
Game 3, Utopia. We talked somewhat meanly earlier on about Atomic on Utopia. Shout out G1 at the Winter Major last season. Hopefully that one's long gone. I'm sure it has to be.
Not endemic.
But we will always bring it up.
yeah, that's fair. Once we really find something to pick on him for. But immediately we're seeing that Carmine Corp pressure, and they're not going to abate. Despite the fact we've just seen a timeout come in favour of Magnifico, They're not going to slow down. They're not going to respect it. If anything, Karmine Corp are going to come out the gate stronger to stop any momentum that they might have built.
To be fair, the last time Karmine Corp came into a game on Utopia after a tactical timeout, they scored after 2 seconds and ended up winning it, I think, 7-2 against Vitality yesterday, so they won't be too scared of the timeout buff here. But Magnifico have used it fairly well. It's a decent start. A question is almost answered poorly there by Karmine Corp, getting each other's way in defense. Rare to see. I think it was Rise and Atto just charging at each other.
Atto missed as well on that side one. We saw Atto talking quite an amount in the timeout too, so maybe he's just, trying to get himself back into this game potentially. But a double demo for Vatira leaves Atto still scrambling, and that is brilliant play from Tox. Then ends up removing a player as well. I like him just getting rid of it. Send the ball towards the net. Atto then cannot possibly push up. And that's one shot on target again. A diving save happening time and time again. Tox goes high. Central for him. Atomic shies away from it. Now Stizzy to chase himself back.
It's more generally solid play here from Magnifico, but the question is, can they take a lead? Maybe not with Vatira taking touches like that. You have to stay alert against Karmine Corp. Just when you think you have the attack, the pressure, they put it against you in 1 split second. Atto almost gets it towards Rise and Vatira. Should have composure by backing out, and in the end, score.
Great bump, too, on the back. I believe it was Atto who managed to get it. Chasing around, bumps Tox out the way. Stizzy has to come backwards. Rise hits every piece of woodwork on his way, and Vatira can then toe punt it home.
Well, they were trying to score as late as possible, so there's less time for Magnifico to equalise. It's very smart play there from Karmine Corp.
So clever. So clever.
Rise is not too bad at the old air dribbles either. He gets a couple and then charges the ball down to spray it out wide, where Stizzy, unfortunately for Karmine Corp, is the only player remaining. There's a bump there on... Oh, I thought Atto was going to get demoed. It might not matter too much, though, because Atomic has a clean shot. Another demo coming in. Magnifico certainly upping the aggression here.
Diving across net, or rather diving across the pitch as much as they can. Atomic touches it down, passes to Tox, back to Atomic, actually leaves on, maybe gets a little bit of contact, but not on target, unfortunately for him. And Tox trying to go for those annoying, not like nonsense plays where if you're Karmine Corp, you think, no, that ball was going here, that's where I'm flying to. Tox wants to dive in, be awkward, be frustrating, and the double tap does not go KC's way.
Nice effort, but not quite there. They'll have to keep on going, Karmine Corp. As we've learned, a 1-goal lead against Magnifico is not one to treat lightly. Vatira, though, he has no defense there. Is there going to be someone arriving from his team? No, I was watching that from his perspective, and I was praying a Karmine Corp player would come in to complete what he started. Instead, we have a counter-attack here from Magnifico. Atto is found. Rise has got demoed for his troubles, but he started an attack that's going to end with Atto. Didn't quite read the miss.
Final 2 minutes now with that Karmine Corp lead still very much going to be bearing on Magnifico's mind. We've not really seen much change coming from their timeout, and the big push on the demos leaves their net completely open. Atto capitalizes.
Yeah, just one overcommit, one attempt too many, one moment where perhaps you needed a bit more defensiveness against Karmine Corp. You can understand diving in against them when you're thinking, how have we only scored, 2 goals so far this series? When we've had so many chances, we have had opportunities, we have had the play, we've had them penned back, we've had them boost-starved, and still, Karmine Corp just refused to be beaten. Maybe now they will. Tox, could he have shots? Oh, Stizzy certainly could have. It falls to Atomic, who's bumped out the way, and Karmine Corp survive again.
And we've seen those alley-oops be part of the play for Magnifico over and over again. Actually waiting in the net was Atomic, sees that Rise is going for the bump on him, then Vatira comes in, gets it instead, but really nice play from him and stops the third goal from trickling its way in. But I would have loved to have seen Tox shoot that, despite the fact they've been going for those alley-oops, and they have been doing really well for them historically. I think now they are just maybe a bit too readable. Off the goal line, Tox again, shot down, Atto on target. It's 3 for Karmine Corp.
He just doesn't miss, does he? Atto shows them how it's done. Look at this, a slightly loose ball. He gets the flip set on the way as well, for good measure. And then the finish is imperious, Stumpy.
Sends 2 players to it as well. On the goal line, they have to jump, they have to respect the initial shot. But that, my friends, is how you do a little bit of an alley-oop play. Set up your teammates, set up yourself, and secure the goal at the end. Final minute, and it's a chance for Magnifico. Can they get a goal? Can they bring this back, or will they be going 3-0 down? Atomic snatches at that one, but sends it straight into a defender.
To quote you, to answer the question from yesterday, Stumpy, yeah. They could, yeah. They might, you know, they very well might, but then that's no slight on Magnifico. Carmine Corp 3-0 up with a minute left against anyone. Can they come back? Yeah, I mean, probably not.
I'd also like to say, not even Carmine Corp, any pro team versus any other pro team, 3-0 down with a minute left. Can they come back?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter what the quality of your opponent is, and that shot on target is not going to have enough pace to it. Stizzy passing out towards Atomic, gets one touch very wonderfully around the side of Vatira. But Rise, again, that Hydra of Carmine Corp in a blue tracksuit is not going to stop defending their Dragon's Horde.
And it is looking increasingly like Magnifico are going to go into Open Qualifier 3 on equal points, no better than Team Vitality, which is still extremely impressive for an unsigned team, by the way, at any orgs watching right now. Yeah. Please pick these guys up. But, you know, you come against Carmine Corp and you come up against Carmine Corp.
Mm-hmm. It's Carmine Corp wanting then to go through as one of those undefeated teams. Also, the reason earlier, everybody might be thinking, oh, well, you mentioned Carmine Corp, G2, Power, and Limitless as the undefeated teams in main events so far. Why didn't you mention Falcons? It's because, and I'm going to put him in it right now. Direct said, our statistician, I think Falcons might be too, and I said, think isn't good enough, mate. So I didn't say it, but yes, Falcons are also one of those teams that are undefeated in that main event.
Can't believe you just done that to D-Rex. He's never going to share a stat with you ever again.
It's the power I've got, mate.
Bear in mind, everyone, that D-Rex types every word that Stumpy says. Stumpy has never had an original thought, ever. It's all just the words of D-Rex.
It's very true. I love beanies.
That's such a specific... Anyway, 3-0 up, and Stumpy, I'm going to ask you... No, I get it. I'm going to ask you a question, Stumpy. Can Magnifico get the reverse sweep? There's only one answer.
Yeah?
Yeah? Yeah, no, they could. They might. They've been in every game.
Carmine Corp, bear in mind, last Open Qualifier, they got a reverse sweep versus BDS in the semi-finals. They know what it's like to be on that 3-0 down and then to come through and win. Magnifico, the mountain was high at the start, and they have put in a shift. I have been so impressed with Magnifico this entire event so far. They came through over SUR in the quarterfinals, our closest quarterfinals it was, and their quality has only improved, and that is going to be Tox. On the immediacy, it's a goal.
Not the first time we're seeing an early kickoff goal here for Magnifico. Decent play from Tox, good 50-50 play, knew what he was doing, gets the ball towards the Carmine Corp goal. This time, they've learned, they've become acclimatized to the speed that Carmine Corp play at. Are they going to be able to make the most of their early... It's another decent kickoff from them as well, actually. Rise, he takes the touch, but he's under a little bit of pressure with that one. And Magnifico, once again, I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. They have never let their heads drop.
Yeah, not at all. That kind of determination will get a team extremely fast. Stizzy finds Atomic, gets the catch. It's a little bit awkward. Gets the bump in the end, though. Makes the best of it. And the timeout wasn't this game. It was the last one. Atomic, he is learning.
I love that as well, especially against Rise, because I remember a goal yesterday from Carmine Corp versus Vitality where Rise just parked in front of one of the Vitality defenders. It's sort of nice to see him get his just desserts a little bit, because Atomic has, played him for a fool there.
Oh! Atomic, can you get on the side of that? It's just wide, but Tox, a ceiling pinch, the pass, and the potential coming through for Magnifico. Carmine Corp, lads, you've got to chase down being 2-0 down within 30 seconds. How do they respond?
Magnifico running rings around them right now. Keep on pushing is the only thing that we can request here. Atomic's going to be out of boost. Atto is not the same. Atomic goes to the ceiling, Atto into the center instead. Here comes Rise. They're reading it, though. They're reading it. They're knowing what Carmine Corp are going to do, maybe for the first time.
Sent long from Stizzy, then returned to Stizzy. From Atto, Rise sends it high, Tox now midfield. Atomic can shoot that as she takes it low. I love the idea. I love the execution.
And there was me, about to critique Atomic's touch here. I saw this moment now, and I was like, oh, that's not the best touch. But he knew what he was doing. He reread Vatira, forced it the way in. Plenty of ways to score a goal. 3-0 Magnifico.
Completely muscles Vatira out the way. Shows him who's boss. And it wouldn't be a European series without a kickoff fiasco.
This is brilliant. What, is it a fiasco or is it just a good kickoff from Carmine Corp? They've gone for the bot pinch and it's worked. I love it.
It's a fiasco for Magnifico, the fact that they've just scored being the point. That was brilliantly choreographed by Carmine Corp.
You could say a magnifiasco.
I don't want to.
3-1, Carmine Corp attempting to get a nice big comeback here in game number 4. Of course, they are way up in the series. No alarm bells ringing just yet. But we're seeing a sense of their professionalism as Rise goes to the edge of one, he misses it.
Great
Stizzy
save.
with the wonder save, arriving like Superman. Where's that ball going to land? Only towards Atomic's Fennec.
Tap over
Take it away.
Two.
A teammate to his right, Stizzy's there. Tox is just waiting. Good shape in this game to Magnifico. A bit more attacking. Pushing forward more often.
I think finding themselves also, yeah, you're right, and they're also finding themselves a little bit more pushed out. Stizzy taps it onward with the inversion.
Oh, great
what
pass.
a pass! Central division from Atomic! My gosh, man!
Nolly-esque from the full major last season when he just opted to pass when everyone else was screaming shoot. Atomic made the exact same choice there. Tox was on the same wavelength, and once again Magnifico have a 3-goal lead.
We see Magnifico pass Central time and time again, and that kickoff, by the way, Rise is there to take the shot. Tox shuts him down. It still goes in favor of Carmine Corp. Few more seconds burned off the clock, but that demo slowed them down for a minute. Atto then fakes out Stizzy, takes that low 50, waits to jump till the last second, knows Vatira is going to be on his left, who can then take the shot on the open net after that 50 has concluded. Carmine Corp shut their gap down to just 2 goals, but this has been so many kickoff strats.
Oh my goodness, Farah over here is just pushing things all over the place on his abacus, trying to figure out which 500 IQ to play next. Causing perpetual motion in the background behind Carmine Corp right now. They can look nice and calm, but there's steam being generated by their French boss.
Halfway through the game, and this has been Magnifico's to win. If they don't get this one, they are going to be out of the competition. As you said, Cole, they're going to be drawing on points of vitality. Doesn't matter too much, but a win would be huge. It would open up that 4th spot tremendously.
Atomic wanted Tox to be in a little bit sooner there, but Atto saw what was coming. Now Tox has to do some defending. He is relieved. Well, I was going to say he's relieved that Atto's put that one across, but Atto had a second plan, as he always seems to do. He waits around that ball, then pops it up. He's got anyone from his team arriving. Vatira, he goes to the ceiling. Won't be able to do anything with this second touch, but Rise, he's there arriving. Stizzy though, the ball pops out to him. He do a little bit of damage here. Magnifico survived a slight wave of attack there from Carmine Corp when it looked like something was cooking.
Tell you what, the doink into the reverse air dribble is something that I didn't know I needed to see in pro play. Stizzy, you've got to do it again for me, kid. That was wonderful. And Rise gets on the end of a wonderful pass too. Vatira to Rise, the old duo back at it.
There they are. Stizzy, he got bypassed. And then Vatira not just popping it off for Rise, then going for the bump as well to make the save even harder. And now, Stumpy, the nerves, they swing back that pendulum of fear towards Magnifico because they have only got a 1-goal lead remaining.
Atomic double demo, but Atto on the backboard does get shut down. Tox is going to be there to block, and then Stizzy midfield. Rise shooting long on target.
Whoa.
Tapped on by Rise. We are seeing Carmine Corp really start to show their teeth.
Yeah, every touch now that Magnifico are able to get is going to be massive for them. A double commit, though, from Carmine Corp. A rare error. Will waste some boost, will waste some positioning. Can Magnifico make anything from it? Atomic is going to leave that one to Vatira. Couldn't quite get the slight touch that he wanted. Nor could Rise divert that one goalwards. Tox up against Atto. Good play from him yet again. He's impressed me this series. Gets it towards Stizzy. Rise nips in there. Atto's in front. You know he's going to cause some chaos. Rise gets the flip reset, and Atomic sends it wide.
Atomic didn't just send it wide, he also avoided the bump that stopped that equalising goal from flying in. The final minute, do or die for Magnifico. Atomic wants to challenge on that ball as early as possible. Vatira finds Rise, finds Atto, who shies away from it, realises that Tox is going to be there first. That then allows his attack to continue in a completely different fashion.
Stizzy, though, gets an all-important touch, almost gets the second as well. Atomic sends it goalwards, won't score from this, but does make Atto have to think for
it's time off the
what's
clock.
going to be happening next, and it's more time off the clock. More good stuff for Magnifico.
Double demo for Tox. It's completely open, and it's Stizzy to send it home. 2 ahead now. They bring themselves yet another buffer in an 8-goal thriller.
Magnifico show their mettle. When you're so many goals up and Carmine Corp just keep coming back, it gets terrifying. But 2 goals to the good. If they can just survive this kickoff, another bot kickoff comes in, Vatira might be able to win it. But with that touch there from Stizzy, Magnifico make themselves huge favourites. Togs can't quite finish it though.
Final 10 now, really starting to begin. Atomic with yet another great touch, puts it out of the reach. Stizzy with a pre-jump, doesn't even matter if he makes contact here. Magnifico, when they needed to, in game number 4, 3-0 down, they have secured at least 1 game against the Giants of Europe.
Soon as this ball hits the floor, this series will be alive and well. Rise can't do anything more with it. And there you see, winner Magnifico. And I still love this camera. It's so cool watching it from there. It reminds me of going around at different events when you can sort of see players working in free play over their shoulders. And they're so good. Obviously, of course, they are at that. But anyway, yeah, enough about that. I just get distracted by that camera. What a performance that was from Magnifico.
Yeah. Wonderful performance too. Like the fact that we saw Carmine Corp throw everything. Rise 6 shots, and also weirdly, I've been looking at the score and everything. Carmine Corp finished that game within 7 points of each other. All 3 of them. Yeah, that's very sweet.
That's extra weird because Rise took 6 shots to Atto and Vatira's 1 each. So I don't know how the points were. From. Yeah, exactly. Atto must have been doing all sorts of aerial dribbles for 2 points at a time. Really banking those. There you go. You can see it there. But a reminder as well that Magnifico did take Carmine Corp to 5 games.
13 points. Magnifico are within as well. They're within 13 points of each other. That was such a tight game for both of the teams. Every single person contributing almost identically, and Magnifico were the ones to come out on top. 3-1 in the series. Do you think Carmine Corp are worried about this reverse sweep happening, or do they just see it as a little bit of a Game 4 shake-up?
Nah, yeah, it's going to be a Game 4 shake-up. I mean, that game sort of got away from them. It was 3-0, I think, at one point, or at least 3-1. And they were still able to make themselves incredibly imposing. I think they are 1 game loss away from worrying at all. You know, at the moment, there is nothing there of fear. But with these early leads to Magnifico, that's going to keep on changing.
In game number 1, they had a goal in 2 seconds. In game number 4, they had a goal in about 4 seconds. In game number 5, another 4-second opener, basically giving themselves a 1-goal handicap in all of these games. What a way to start, and Tox laying it off to Atomic. That duo, outstanding.
And we know what their margins for error are, Carmine Corp. They are so specific. They always want to fix things, meticulous in that manner. So
especially on
Bear and the lads will not be happy they keep giving away these early goals. So just something to put up on that whiteboard a little bit later, presuming they do make it through still. But now they've still got to do some work to get there. Vatira is almost found by Rise. He is in the end. It's up against Vatira. Vatira to the ceiling. Would love to equalise here and now. Tox can only get as far as Atto, and it's a simple goal in response.
We're seeing the Sharks on the floor take out as many players as they can. Carmine Corp are not letting up. When they see anybody sitting a little bit still, they wait. They see them, they then strike. That opens up the net for one of their teammates.
Fairly neutral kickoff there. I was wondering if we'd see something spicy from Carmine Corp because they are just full of these, but no need just yet. I guess they're saving them. Oh, lovely dodge there from Atomic to get the ball and bypass Rise, who was charging at him. Atomic up against Rise. Atto into the centre. Vatira, they won't shoot.
It's going to be a 1v1, and the midfield doesn't even have the ball cross it. There's a minute in now, both of our teams drawn completely level. Atto backboard bound. Atomic there's going to be touching it down low. No one's to receive. Rise into central, but a nothing touch leaves Vatira to go for a touch. Can't quite get anything from that either. We're seeing a good few amounts of trying to go for some pre-jumps, pre-movements, and they haven't always paid off for Carmine Corp.
Atto, though, he could make something happen. He gets the floor pinch. Just a box of tricks right now. As I said before, even more so than on his liquid days. It's amazing the improvement that we're seeing from him on this roster, really stepping up to the Carmine Corp banner. Vatira, he's been with Carmine Corp for such a long time now, done it all with them, gets over the top of a couple of them. Tops up to make the save in the top corner. Carmine Corp starting to get the initiative here against Stumpy.
Definitely Carmine Corp putting on that pressure. Rise backflipping away from the ball, but Vatira, we said they were a Hydra earlier. If there's one error, it doesn't matter too much, because then you will see a final player coming in. Atto outplaying Atomic. Rise backflipping, calls Vatira in. Final shot from him. And again, business as usual for the blue wall.
Yeah, Karmine Corp also close to the ball as well, though, which, you know, is a risky play. One big clearance and the ball goes over your head, but they know exactly what it's doing. They seem to read 3 steps ahead to put themselves 1 goal ahead. But Atomic does have control of the ball here. Tackled so smoothly by Atto. He's following this one as well. Toxis fakes him out, lets him do his little dance in the far corner. And he can go himself, gets it past Vatira, rise to the last man back until Atto is demoed, which is actually quite helpful here for Karmine Corp. Atomic is up. Can he get a pass maybe to someone? I'd say that they're starting to look a little bit stretched, Magnifico.
Yeah, I think they're starting to snatch at these balls a little bit more. They're starting to almost seem somewhat rushed. It's not a bad shout. You need to be quick when you're playing versus Karmine Corp, but you need to make sure the chances you have. And when you have Tox as a Predator missile diving across the pitch, he went for everybody apart from the person who was sitting in net.
Yeah, also Stizzy, he couldn't quite get his car around the ball to generate the angle. So he's missed that one. Rise is coming in. Tox already pre-jumping, gets himself in the way, as he's been doing magnificently throughout this series. Same question as before, though. Can he do that little bit more? Instead, the ball's going to go over him. Rise gets too much on that one, a bit too much spice. Atto is in the center for it. And we'll keep it going as well. Rise just waiting. All I see from Atto's perspective is Rise drive into the way, turn around, and just look like, what are you going to do? I'm here.
And Rise has been taken out of the way completely. They're removed from the pitch, and now he's going to be sitting back in the midfield. Tox from the backboard. Chance to get this one away. Pinches, but only as far as Rise. Takes it up high. 40 boost. He's going to be passing this one off. It's a drop down, but the angle isn't quite there.
Magnifico just cannot be put to bed, though, here by Karmine Corp. They'll keep on going. 1 goal will change everything. Vatira, he's dunked out by Stizzy. Great play from him. Rise clears it long, but Tox is waiting. A bit of pressure here from Magnifico. The Atomic shoots! And that is a quality Rocket League goal at any level.
That's beauty. Tox, high, avoids that next touch completely, fakes out Atto, who's already dived off the backboard. The shot from Atomic is pixel perfect. Drawn level, final 90 seconds, as it was in the previous game, do or die for Magnifico.
A key period in this series, potentially in Magnifico's run towards Copenhagen. If they can hold their nerve here, completely upset, keep on going. They know they've got goals in them. But can they get them when it matters most? Atomic will lose out on this ball to Atto. Vatira's coming in. Stizzy has to get a touch and does, but he's boost-starved. His teammate Tox leaves it to him. And has to get that 50-50 with Atto. A huge demo comes in. It's on Rise.
Double demo.
Vatira's up though. Vatira shoots. Could break Magnifico hearts, but not this time.
Tox pushes down pitch. Rise removes him from it. Under a minute remaining, Atto dribbles it towards that left-hand side. Vatira's going to catch it and then continue with a little bit of incentive to make sure this does not go to overtime, where it favours Magnifico despite the win earlier for Casey. Atto up for the double and puts Magnifico down for the count.
Atto with the bullet, a tiny bit of space, and he uses it to its fullest advantage. Not an easy chance at all, Stumpy, but of course he made it look so.
Slices the net in half and may well have cut the dreams of Magnifico in half as well. The kickoff, as we said earlier, Cole, we're analysing them. Relatively basic for Karmine Corp. They're playing it safe. Atto now up. Not enough boost to get a reset, but he gets one from the ceiling regardless. Didn't know that he had that one. Stizzy trying to dribble it now past that halfway line, but look at Atto going for the bumps in place of Rise. Vatira waiting, taking it calmly. Their defense is going to frustrate Magnifico at this point, but that is a great dive in.
10 more seconds. Atomic has to tackle Vatira, and he does. Tox is coming in. Can he do something with this ball? It has to be now. Vatira, he's wall dashing his way just to get something on the ball. Low on boost, Karmine Corp, but high on spirit. Stizzy up against Rise. He gets the bump. Does he? No, he just misses it. The 2 Karmine Corp players take each other out. Stizzy doesn't hit the ball, but Stizzy couldn't get the touch. Magnifico remained scrappy until the end, but Karmine Corp have too much and make yet another grand final.
Pressure bulging against the blue wall, but Magnifico, as you said, Cole, that final touch, not enough boost to get up to it to make it anything convincing. But 2 players were removed from it. What could have been will stay in the past, but what is that Karmine Corp move on to the grand finals.
And as well as that, they are the first EU team to book their place to Copenhagen. So if you will be there, you will see Farah and the lads in the flesh. Will Farah pretend to be Danish so everyone there roots for them? I don't know. We'll find out soon, I guess.
Wow. What a performance, though, from Magnifico throughout this entire event. Previously, they've never made it to this spot. Stizzy has never made it into one of these semi-finals. The best forms we have ever seen from him. And what a future himself and Magnifico have together as a team.
Yeah, any Orgs watching right now, Magnifico are a team worth picking up. If they don't make top 4 for this major, they've got the potential to make it to the next. A stunning performance from them, but in the end, Carmine Corp, as with everyone, Stumpy, just too strong.
Well, congrats to Carmine Corp for making it to the major, and everybody, we've made it to the break. We'll see you after.
mean, Magnifico, they tried to stop the sweep, but the K-Corp show, it just keeps on going on. The train is continuing. Regional 1 was beautiful. Regional 2, they found another grand final, and I'm joined by none other than Mr. Rise himself. Rise, welcome. And I've just heard, I've been doing some research in the break with no help from everyone else. Is this your fourth? Firstly, qualified for the major. I forgot to mention that in the pre. Congratulations. Is this your fourth major on 4 different teams? Is that what I'm hearing?
It may well be, but it'll be staying as 4 teams. We'll not be moving anymore.
Okay. So would there have to be a disaster class at the major from K-Corp for you to perhaps find yourself on a different team next major?
No, there's no world.
Okay.
I'm very happy. Very good environment. Even though my teammates might be a bit brain dead sometimes, love them both very much, and yeah, enjoy playing a lot.
We'll talk us through that series just quickly. Obviously, they denied the sweep. It was looking pretty good, 3-0. They came back game 4, but then you guys locked it in. Were you pretty comfortable, pretty confident going into today in the series?
Yeah, I mean, we went into it like we would every other series, confident, feeling good, you know, confident in our decisions, confident in our teammates. So we went into it with the same mentality as always, and it paid off the first 3 games. I think we had a little stutter in the 4th. They played well, they came back, and we just had to re-lock in, refocus, and you know, eventually we got the dub in 5, so feels good.
And obviously, yesterday didn't get to talk to you specifically, but what happened in that series? Vitality, we were thinking surely we're going to get a game 7, we're going to get fireworks. How would you describe that series or Vitality?
Well, I mean, I think we thought the same thing. Like I said, we went into it like any other series as well, confident, locked in, and I think they kind of let the series get away from them. I think they played well the first couple of games. Maybe not at their best or their top level, but I think they still played a good game. And then I think the fast couple of goals off the timeout kind of got to them a bit, and they, you know, just kind of went on a downward spiral from there. But you know, they're a good team. They can beat us. They can beat anyone. Anyone can beat anyone. It's Europe. But you know, I'm sure they'll be back next regional.
That's the PR answer that we didn't want or need, right. But I love that from you. K-Corp, you boys are looking like a fantastic unit. Obviously, Farah locking you guys in the pre-game. You've got your little whiteboard. There's 5,000 words on there. But the only thing that doesn't seem like is in sync with your team is Atto's pants. Can you talk me through what is going on there? He's got the black instead of the blue.
So I don't want to throw him under the bus with this one, but as I mentioned before, the brain dead remark. He may have dropped sauce last night on his trousers, and there's huge stains on them. It was like red, like chili sauce as well, so it's not looking good. Shout out to his mum, he's gonna have to clean that off. But yeah, so he had to wear the black ones today with the blue. He's not matching, but got the dub regardless of the semis, so we'll take it.
We've locked back in. Yeah, look, clearly you haven't let the pants affect you. Obviously, next matchup, you guys are in the grand final. BDS take on Oxygen. Firstly, who would you like to be playing, and who do you think is going to be there?
I think we need to run back the last semi-final. I'd want to play BDS. I want to play the best opponent possible. So whoever wins, I'll gladly play. But like I said, we'll be confident. But I want to play BDS. I want to run it back.
That's what we like to hear. Well, Rise, you can send this interview off. Is there anything you want to say to, the K-Corp supporters, or if you'd like to flame the talent, this is your chance as well.
We won't do a picker in, but big thank you to the fans. Appreciate the support so much. You guys are going crazy on Twitter, DMs. Appreciate it so much. Much love to you guys, and hopefully we can bring home the back-to-back.
Thanks very much, Rise.
Appreciate it, CJ.
Case C marches onwards as their enemies lay slain behind a second qualifier within their grasp now, and thankfully we've not lain slain by that interview this time here, Cole, where we made it clear.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that we've got a very happy Rise at the moment. I mean, the fact that he is preempting saying there is no more changing. He has found where he belongs.
Which is great to hear.
I'm really happy for him as well, because it, like, you know, we sort of take the mick a little bit saying, like, oh, he keeps changing teams. But it can't be enjoyable. You know, it's a lot of upheaval. The fact that he has found the place where he feels comfortable is excellent. So I'm pleased for Rise, and I'm pleased for the scene as well to see him and Vatira in particular back together again.
But also, what credit to him? It's not just like 4 generally in his career. This is 4 in a row. Like 4 different teams in a row that he's made majors with. He's got to grand finals in 2 of them as well. So huge plaudits going out towards Rise here. And yeah, the whole Carmine Corp crew 4-1 over Magnifico. A little bit too strong for Magnifico, but me and Cole were saying earlier, so impressed. What a brilliant team they've found.
Yeah, this is looking good, and I think everyone else in Europe. I mean, again, Rise gave us that PR answer. You know, anyone can beat anyone, but there's a bit of. There's a little bit of that there. We did see 2 new teams, Oxygen, Magnifico, making it into the semifinals, but at the same time, realistically, Stumpy, do you believe that? I do feel like there's a gap. I mean, it's been acknowledged by the pros as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a gap, I think, in any kind of sport or any kind of esport where you have an upper echelon and then you have maybe like a mid and then a bottom. Right now in Europe, we have the strongest top 4. However, that doesn't mean you're guaranteed into the actual top 4 of the events. Obviously, we had the top 4 play each other in the quarterfinals, so they didn't make it through. But yeah, I think that Oxygen, especially in this series coming up, they've got something to prove. They're going against BDS, a team that we sort of said was maybe the weakest of the top 4. I think they have put forward a brilliant argument as to why they are absolutely not the weakest in the top 4, though.
Right. Well, as we said, they've made it to the grand final, and Team BDS Oxygen up next. K-Corp making a statement that, there's a gap. We're cruising through, only losing 1 series so far into that, but Oxygen versus BDS, this is a big proving point for Oxygen. We saw before, Cole, they've made it very clear that they don't care about any of these lists. They are here to just win, but BDS is not going to make that journey easy.
Oh yeah, Team BDS never do. They didn't in Swiss either when they, I'll say, destroyed Oxygen. Thankfully, after that, Oxygen performed a lot more what we expected them to perform when they came together. I mean, Ixo, as I've said before, he's a player that he's been, around that sort of top 8 line for a good sort of, 6 splits now across 2 seasons. He sort of had his glow up at the start of last season, and since then he's been there, Stumpy. It's been impressive from him.
Yeah, definitely. And Ixo's a player where I think when he gets settled on a team, then that shows that he can then thrive. And Oxygen, it definitely seems to be that team. They struggled. They didn't get out of Swiss in that first qualifier. And now they have proven, right, we can be a top 4 team that every other pro rated us as. The RSS casters, we also saw them as a top, 5-4 kind of team. Oxygen they've got a very big battle ahead of them. They can absolutely do it. This is a really quite a 50-50 series when I think you look at the quality of the teams yesterday.
I would say, with respect to Magnifico, Oxygen are the most likely team to break into that sort of top 4 mini bubble. I could be proven wrong, as events go on and Magnifico continue to stay consistent. But if they do want to break through, they have to start beating the top 4 teams, and that's BDS. And Leif Drally, he's been stunning. He's been excellent. He had one shaky game, one shaky series, but since then slotted right in.
Well, I wanted to talk about him there because, again, he's looking confident on the screen, and he yesterday looked confident in his games. I mean, he hit our top #1 play with that insane, I guess you could call it a psycho. It was a backboard redirect.
I saw some debate whether it was or not.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Like going from what was it? It was a save and then into the corner and then flick it into the other net. Juice then couldn't save it. Oh my gosh, it was so good.
But he's got this man behind him, Monkey Moon, and again, sure, there was some question marks at the beginning, but when you got such a consistently top placing player like Monkey Moon, you can rest confident that you guys will fix those mistakes. And right now, they're looking pretty confident.
I was going to say, I love how happy Team BDS look as well, because it's a team that has had not toxicity, but questions about team dynamic and things like that. And
strong emotions.
It is an emotional team. It's an emotional squad, and seeing those guys just looking like mates hanging out is important, I think, for Team BDS to live up to that potential.
Absolutely. Chat, you know what to do right now. Do we think Oxygen is going to be able to take this one against BDS. I know they've made a lot of new fans since yesterday, so let's see you guys come out in full droves. But BDS, again, that little hurdle, just a little tiny one on the other side here. I think at this point, it is still difficult for me, if we can see it today, to go with Oxygen, then sure in the future. But still, I think logically you have to land on the side.
I mean, also, when you look at the quality of wins that they got yesterday, Oxygen looked very good. They looked brilliant versus Redemption. Redemption didn't put up as much of a fight as we all wanted them to. Right. That wasn't as exciting as we've seen Redemption play previously. Whereas BDS, the quality they got over Gentlemates, that was something very, very special. It's going to be tough to argue against the open era GOAT of Monkey Moon as well.
Yeah. Cole?
I was going to quickly say, really quickly, we've seen Oxygen be destroyed, and then we've seen Oxygen destroy. What I want is a close series to see how they come up with that.
Well, then let's hope we can get Cole a close series. The match is ready. From most people's perspective, Oxygen has some hurdles to tackle here. BDS stands as the favorite, but Oxygen has made it clear that does not matter to them. One best of 7 stands as the last barrier to a grand finals.
The BDS Redemption Tour continues on here as they look to try and face KC in the grand finals. But Oxygen, Johnny, stand in the way. And Oxygen, if they win here, put incredible pressure on Vitality and Gentlemates for a top 4 spot.
Yeah, this is a massive series for the overall standings, but it's also just a real great chance for Oxygen to show what they're made of. You know, they took the L in Swiss, but BDS didn't lose to anybody in Swiss, so suddenly that doesn't look all that bad. Yesterday, they looked like a completely different team, and now they can show that they are at that top level if they can take down BDS.
Do see Monkey Moon starting us off here in the midfield. The one player, though, that everyone had eyes on, I think yesterday's broadcast was probably not needed at all for this goal. Monkey Moon has the shot, and Exotic had the bump.
Yeah, 50-50 went pretty even here for Oski, but Archie being out of the play left Ixo alone, and he has been bumped completely out of the way to leave the net open for BDS. And, you know, this is really, for me, the big question. Can Oxygen survive the BDS pressure? When BDS get into that final third, they look absolutely terrifying. If Oxygen can fight them for the midfield, I think they've got a chance.
Well, so far, it has been KC and BDS that have not really taken the foot off the gas throughout the entirety of the tournament. Both have kind of steamrolled for all of their opponents. Oxygen need to be the first to really put BDS on their back foot. Monkey Moon goes for the shot. That's a little bit too high. Ricochets off the crossbar. And Drali needs to try and keep us out of the midfield. Does so.
Yeah, Drali's done well there. Gets the win in the race to the mid boost. Has the ball as well. 50's at under 1. Drali's outplays continue to be a problem for everyone that they play against. And Exotic not shy to lunge in there as third man. And that's been what really separates BDS from all the other teams, well, everyone except Karmine Corp. These two teams have been able to just impose their pressure on everyone. Oh, that's a great bump, though, in the final third. Monkey Moon was left stranded for a second there. Diving save to keep BDS 1 ahead.
Yeah, that required such unbelievable reaction speed to recognize that Monkey Moon was under pressure. Exotic was able to turn around and keep that one out. Now Drali at the back. There's quite a few blue cars starting to swarm him. He does well. And manages to pick up the boost. Now he goes from where he wants to be, which is in the offense. And Monkey Moon, a lot calmer than maybe we were about that play.
Yeah, nice cut there by Ixo to get the ball on target. It was well defended. Oh, and is that big for Drali? It's gone in for Monkey Moon for 2-0. Well, regardless of Drali's intentions, that definitely faked out the last defender. Oski thought Drali's making a touch, and it's just gone straight through him and into the net.
2-0, only a minute and a half played here. BDS reacting well to spells under defense. Now they've got the offense again on kickoff. Ball comes out, Monkey Moon wiped off the face of the field. Drali fakes a challenge. Now has to go up to prevent Ixo, who's dropped it down. Oski tries to get there, keeps the pressure going. Oxygen have had looks at the offense, but they need now to get some results. BDS have made the most of their opportunities, and they might be about to have another one. Monkey Moon's on the way.
Yeah, pre-jumping, floating large Oscar to stop him short. But oh, Monkey Moon's not done. He almost gets the point-blank range, just softest of touches to deflect it on target. Now here comes Oski the other way. He's got a flip to work with. Use it to fake out the play and let Archie come in. BDS are so ready for everything Oxygen throw at them. Remain ahead by 2. what a team BDS are, what a team they are in game 1 as well. It seems like every time somebody runs into them, they just get completely caught off guard by BDS in the first game.
It's a very different BDS to the one that dominated throughout RLCS Season X. That's going to drop down. Monkey Moon's had a bit of an argument with the ceiling. He's definitely had it on the mind to just drop down and put that one into the net. But the old BDS, even the BDS that was dominating in Season X, they would start slower and they would get stronger throughout series. This one starts off a rapid pace and maybe tapers off a little bit, but that is still to be seen. That's still maybe a statement that hasn't quite got the sample size to be fully correct.
Yeah, it seems like a hard team to prepare for. Archie with a diving save to keep this one competitive, at least more competitive. 2-0 still for BDS. Ipsos trying to create something for the team. Archie likewise, but look how difficult it is for them to make any progress, really. As BDS continue to circle that midfield and box Oxygen into their half of the pitch.
This is what BDS do well. Hold on to the midfield. Usually Monkey Moon, though, gets a better touch than he did that time round. Thankfully, he does have the cavalry backing him up. Drali doesn't get too much on it. Up goes Exotic. And this is a chance to put it in. Everyone's launched. It still stays 2-0.
Yeah, BDS, even when they are sending 2 players into the Oxygen goal, are able to maintain their pressure. The third is probing, waiting for their chance to move into the play. Oxygen need to break free somehow. They need to find a way to get this ball into the orange half of the pitch. BDS are just not slowing down for a second. Rally with the flip reset, shoots it low and in for 3-0. Now, it wasn't the most powerful touch, but that angle was not what Oxygen were ready for.
Might be said that getting a less powerful touch was the best thing for him because it dropped it just underneath where Archie's car could reach. It is a long time, Johnny, since I've seen a player introduced to this high level and look this comfortable this quickly.
And he's just so scary on the ball, is Drally. And again, scoring to make it 4. I mean, this team have just been something else, especially in opening games this tournament. Yesterday, winning 6-0 against Gentlemates in game 1. And you know, BDS strength of schedule going through Swiss as well. Very impressive in hindsight. Every team that they beat in the Swiss stage qualified with 3 win and 1 loss, their only loss being against BDS.
Yeah, BDS, a real gut check of a team. If you beat them, you are legit. Their only losses so far this season, a reverse sweep loss to KC, best of 7. A loss against Gentlemates in the Swiss during the first regional. They do not let it happen all too easily. You've got to fight them for that win. So far, Oxygen have not quite had enough. Game 1 go to BDS. Oxygen with the ones to something to prove in game 2.
I mean, Oxygen are showing some life in this game. 7 shots to their name. You know, they wasn't completely doom and gloom the entire time. They were definitely competitive early on. I think that third goal from Drally kind of puts it beyond them, though. And overall, BDS were by far the better team. There's no question about it. But Oxygen have got a longer series now to try and solve this puzzle. It's, you know, 3-0, BDS over Oxygen in Swiss, and a similar kind of start to the series where BDS just look to be in full control. But I wonder if Oxygen can just figure out a way to just get the ball moving in the right direction. That's really, for me, the big problem. They just can't get the ball past BDS players. That's an issue.
Problem. It's been a problem for years now when you take on a Monkey Moon-led team. Can you get the ball past the midfield? That's the first question every single team is asked, and 95% of them say, no, we can't. He's just too good at holding that third man position.
He's just always had that ability, hasn't he? Monkey Moon kind of shocked the world. We weren't really 100% sure what to expect from him way back in fall major, the Stockholm Major 2021. He showed a different level when it comes to reading the opponent's clears. He just gets the earliest interceptions. He stops everything, much to the frustration of his opponents. And it's not like Drally and Exotic are doing a bad job at that as well. I mean, it just looks like a complete brick wall, but they're not building the wall in defense. They're moving it up. They're just pushing that wall forward and giving Oxygen no room to breathe.
No, I think that's the crazy thing about watching from Monkey Moon's perspective especially, is you see it and you assume he's too far forward. This time he is. Okay. He's not getting back in time to stop Ixo scoring the first.
Yeah, it's Exotic not realizing that Archie's behind him in the back corner there. Thought that he could take the ball to the back corner, grab the boost. Archie beat him to the boost and, crucially, beat him to the ball as well. So before that BDS rotation could get fully established after the kickoff, Oxygen have struck first.
That is their first goal of the series. Need to now build from here. Again, another good kickoff. Exotic does better with the read. And now Monkey Moon on so early. Exotic now has to hold the line. Goes back, gonna give him the 100 boost. Still actually available. I thought Ixo might steal that on his way through. Monkey Moon's actually clean beat by Archie. Exotic now has to keep it out. Even manages to recover on the backboard. Very good from Exotic. He's still going on. One player against 3 different challenges, and he came out on top.
Yeah, these extra touches on the player definitely surprising Oxygen in these exchanges. Oh, that's actually a much heavier touch than Exotic would have expected there. Back to Drally. He did collect it, so it does qualify as a back pass. And now here he goes the other way. Ixo scrambling back, and it was actually Oski, the inverted Ixo, who was able to get the save. This is promising still from Oxygen. They are holding strong with a 1-goal lead, making BDS work for the outplays, picking their battles more wisely.
Yeah, they have not been put in a position where they're trailing behind the play just yet. Monkey Moon, oh, he's tucked into a position that Drali is not going to like at all, but again, Exotic cuts rotation. Oxygen haven't really either spotted or want to engage with as Drali again. Showing off that he's got that defensive IQ and he's not going to get dragged into a bad spot unless it's needed.
Yeah, it was almost a tricky position, but Drally managed to control it well enough that Monkey Moon could successfully follow up. Oh, subtle extra touch there from Archie that Monkey Moon didn't expect. Those are the kind of touches that Oxygen need. Lobbing, flip reset from Oski into the middle. Ixo decides it's probably better to wait for a more clear-cut chance, and this could be it. Archie down to Oski, who's just bumped Exotic out of the position. Every time there's that extra BDS player cycling in, and here they go the other way. Save again by Archie, and a good one as well to offload the pass to Oski. Decides to go for a heavy touch. It's past 1, but not past 2.
Yeah, Exotic was a little bit no man's land actually with that aerial. He could have put that anywhere. Thankfully for him, did end up being pretty safe. This might not be the case though. Oski just caresses the ball back down, but that's not good, and happy to see that Exotic didn't catch the ball all that well. Half the game gone. Oxygen have managed to keep a lid on it so far, but the mistakes are starting to happen.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a panic there from Ixo. He wanted to control this and had to race after it when the heavy touch ended up happening. And Monkey Moon's in a 1v1 with Ixo, who does a whole lot better there. That's controlled the play and bought time for Archie and Oski to recover.
Oxygen are doing good at just reading when the pre-jumps are going to happen. But now Drali's got an open shot. Doesn't get all of it. BDS have put themselves in a great position, though. They don't want to give this one up for easily. Oski, good interception, but they've gone underneath. And Drali slots it in, 1 each.
Well, Drali saw the opening down low. It was Ixo pre-jumping that left that as an available thing. I think Archie and Ixo, they're both covering high. No one able to stay low and have a chance of saving Drali's well-placed shot. He spotted the pre-jump and completely outplayed both of them.
Drali leaving it for Monkey Moon. Game's starting to shift towards BDS. Oxygen did great with the defense. Their goal came pretty close to a kickoff. What can they do now from open play? In field, Monkey Moon! Oh, it's hit Drali, but Monkey Moon can finish off the job. Just took a second attempt.
Oh, Drali able to produce speed where Oxygen did not expect it, and he centers the ball and demos the goalkeeper with the same flip. And it's again BDS in front. Just when it looked like Oxygen might have a lead going into the tail end of a game, BDS have taken it from them. And now it's Oxygen who have to fight back. They weren't able to do it last game. Can they do it in game 2?
Oh, Oski's made a mistake, or just get called off for it by Archie. Either which way, Oxygen need a goal-scoring opportunity. This might be it. Nobody's really around. Oh, Exotic plays it down. Oxygen are starting to pre-jump a little bit too much here. And BDS are spotting, playing it lower more often, taking control.
Oh.
Uma clear, straight to Exotic. Now Drali's in yet again. They've got so many orange cards. It was just to be bullied on the defense.
I mean, just when you think Oxygen are getting an attack going, suddenly it's a 3v1. And Oski lining up the save. Did not have the chance to get it. With another timely bump from BDS. But really, I mean, the speed of the transition from BDS has been a different level when compared to Oxygen today. A little bit more slow and methodical with their attacks. BDS can just attack from anywhere. And when they do get Oxygen in defense, looks very, very difficult to play. Still time though for Oxygen. Can they make something happen here? Archie on the turn, full volley, saved by Drali.
Now Monkey Moon already up, looking to just try and put this game to bed. Gonna go direct with it. Realize that they don't need something right now. He's just gonna get the ball to the opposite side of the field, prioritize recovery. Oh, bounce shot there from Exotic. Who's there first? Time has ticked away, and this ball is not where Oxygen need it. Need to score off this play. Pass was too high for Oski, and that is gonna do it. BDS double up their lead.
And once more, just a strong performance from BDS. Oxygen slightly improved. They're going to get another in their net as well. Just add insult to injury. And, you know, a slight improvement is not enough. BDS are a noticeable level ahead today. They were a noticeable level ahead the last time these two teams played. And Oxygen seem to be struggling to keep up the pace, struggling to keep up the intensity. They've called a timeout to try and rectify their issues. You know, how much of this Shogun do you think is down to them, and how much of it is down to who they're up against? Is there anything Oxygen can do if BDS continue to play their A game?
I think there's two parts to this I really want to go into. Firstly, there's a worry here that Oxygen still haven't scored a goal of anything that wasn't pretty soon after a kickoff. The open gameplay, still BDS have got everything from. The second part to this was, it was like a switch got flipped partway through because Oxygen's defense when they were a goal up was fantastic. And then there was a moment where we both saw and just went, they're whiffing now. Where did the whiffs come from? They were so solid a moment ago.
Yeah, they did start to, I think, just get a little bit too jumpy in defense. I think that second goal especially with the free jump. They're obviously just assuming that Drali's going to hit the ball top bins. And if your entire defense is imagining that the shot from Drali's going top bins and you all cover it, then nobody's covering the simple shot low down the middle. And you know, it is a great play by Drali to anticipate that pre-jump and to outplay the pre-jump. But Oxygen have got to try and distribute the jobs a little bit more evenly in defense. If one player's covering high, the other has to cover low. If one player's sitting back, one player's got a challenge. You've got to be decisive with your defensive plays because BDS are not leaving many openings, not many big ones at least, for Oxygen to exploit. The only goal this entire series came right after a kickoff for Oxygen, and that's when BDS did not have their full rotation established yet. Once BDS get into that rotation in the midfield, Oxygen have not scored. They have not scored from midfield play in 2 games.
So far, it has all been BDS. Naski's got to work some magic here. Get his team back into this game, and this next game is must win. Those best of 7 reverse sweeps. I mean, let's cast a curse.
Well, that'll be BDS.
Surely BDS can't get reverse swept twice in the semi-finals.
Yeah, BDS do look a step up from Event 1. Event 1 was a promising start for them, and I think it showed that they are where they want to be at the start of the split, but now they're even more improved, and I think Oxygen are just going to have to try and ignore who they're up against. Any kind of thought of, okay, let's just try and react to what BDS are doing. I feel like that just has to go out the window. I think Oxygen just got to go and play their own game and trust each other to be making those plays. There's a interesting stretch, double fake kickoff on the diagonal to come into the post-timeout game. It hasn't led to an immediate goal, but we did get an Oxygen possession off that. It's definitely a small win.
It's good to see they've got some stuff in the arsenal should they require it. Right now they might require it. This series has been anything to go by. Now that we're at the kickoff, this should be all BDS's. Obviously it doesn't work like that, although BDS almost getting it immediately. Exotics just running roughshot. Now Drali has got a bit of time, and a bit of time's usually all he needs. Looks for the drop down and Archie crunches through the challenge enough to make sure no one on BDS even considers launching themselves that shot.
I like this a lot from Archie, though. Instead of giving the ball away, he's kept control the whole way, and that's created a shot for his team. It's Oski, denied by BDS. A couple of goalies diving in the way of that one. But Archie did not lose control there. He made the save, kept control down the line, won a 50-50, and then even got the center ball at the end of it all. That's a great trade, and it's those kind of trades that Oxygen need.
Just getting small wins. Waiting for the rest of your team to be in a good spot. Wow, BDS are in a fantastic spot right here. And they are going to get their first goal of game number 3.
It's just too easy for Trally, isn't it? Exotic to the backboard. Monkey Moon diving in before the goalie can react. And they're all just there. Every single time, they are all involved in every attacking play. And they're trusting each other's touches. And yeah, Oxygen just can't keep up. There seems to be those moments every single time these two teams play where BDS get to the ball just simply before Oxygen do. That second ball, that loose ball is just largely uncontested.
I want to give huge shout-outs as well here to Exotic, because he's doing that one thing, no points for it, but I don't think I've seen him miss a bump that he's aimed for. Usually players are good at just sneaking around. Exotic has got them every single time. Now they're finding even more. Now it's Monkey Moon playing clean up. Oski, he's left the gap open! Not even that one's going to drop in for them.
Yeah, Oski was just trying to clear the path for the ball there. He had ball cam on, so he was checking to see where the ball was, trying to time his flip forward in front of it, exactly as the ball reached him. Oh, that's a perfect time shot by Drally again, infield from Monkey Moon. They're just simply too fast to the play every time. It's BDS getting to the ball before Oxygen. And that was a deep infield pass as well. Not really much of a chance for the goalkeeper with that much of a head start.
Just have not put a foot wrong here. Saw performance that might get people to start believing that this might be the team to beat KC and end Ferra's streak. Still got to get there first. The questions will linger. Can they get it done? Right now they have been well and truly dominant. Monkey Moon back corner is getting tripped up. Oxygen, though, do need to get a goal from open play. To this point, hasn't happened for them.
Yeah, they do desperately need one here. Drally in an awkward spot. Oh, what a shot by Ixo! Chases Drally up on the back wall. And then finally it's Oxygen who are able to get to the ball first as Ixo perfectly slots it over his shoulder. That is a finish and a half.
What a beautiful doing. Top corner. Exactly what his team needs. They've now sliced the lead in half. What else can they do? Kick off. Exotic will keep it, but he's on low boost. So it's up to Monkey Moon to just try and create something. As you can see, Drally just waiting around. Some life now for Oxygen. What can they do with this? It's another clean win there for Ixo. Drally nice and comfortable to play it back corner.
Yeah, we just need some spark here. We've all seen what Oski can do over the years. He can dismantle defenses single-handedly. We know where Archie's peak is. He is, one of those players who, when he shows up, can do incredible things as well. They need that moment of magic, I feel, just to lift the spirits. They need that moment of brilliance to get the comeback started.
So far, so good. They have a decent share of controlling the ball since the kickoff, although a lot of the challenge is still going towards BDS. That has not changed. Monkey Moon straight into the path of Archie. Exotic now waits. It's a difficult conundrum when you do play against BDS. Do you long clear? Do you try and control the ball and get the ball past them? Sometimes both answers are wrong. That time, though, Archie has destroyed the challenge, and Oxygen cannot afford to let this go easily. They're looking to try and create a play.
And that's exactly right. I mean, when BDS end up in these positions, boxing their opponents in, they stay there. And it's Oxygen who have to figure out a way to do the same thing back to them, because they are not having as much success as they should be okay here. I mean, that looked like a bit of a slow play, double commit from BDS, so Oxygen not too worried about that one. Controlling defense from Oxy. Flicks over 2, actually, but of course Monkey Moon's there to send it all the way back with some extra change.
There's 2 players for that as well. Just make sure that Exotic got the bump so they can't keep it going. But here's Archie yet again.
Okay.
And he's managed to, I feel like that's a steal. There's no way that wasn't already going in.
Ixo beating Exotic to the punch, though. is the kind of interception that they need. You're absolutely right. It is a goal steal. Great goal steal there from Archie, padding the stats.
Beautiful.
Those are the plays that Oxygen have been missing. They rarely beat their opponents to the ball in this matchup, and that time they have. Then the big kickoff hasn't really worked out immediately here, but it might still pan out well for them. Ixo will get his goal this time, and this is all from the chaotic kickoff Oxygen have managed to insinuate.
Well, there's one way of putting it. It's also a way of saying double commit disaster class from them. BDS just had to calm who was going. They had the ball clean. Any amount of power, they're all good. Instead, they're down by 1. And the question marks from last week, Johnny, come rearing back. When it goes wrong, does it go horribly wrong?
Well, they've got a chance to immediately rebound here. Exotic flying in front of the ball. Oski's dodged him, stayed relevant in the play. They're just trying to keep some activity here on the center ball. Ixo with the immediate cut off on the pass. And just a few seconds left for Oxygen to tie the series against all the momentum.
How on earth has this happened? Raleigh looking to try and create something for his team. But the challenge goes low, the ball hits the floor, and Oxygen have got the win.
Yeah, sorry, getting a bit ahead of myself on the script there. That's not, of course, tie the series. That's just their first game. But, of course, you need to just take it one game at a time against a team like BDS. And that was so much better from Oxygen. The control and defense massively improved. At the end of the game, they're getting, multiple quick interceptions, quick reads on BDS's touches, not only creating goals for them, but also shutting down BDS opportunities at the other end. And keeping that level up is going to be a very difficult thing to do. Oxygen have done something they have not done for the rest of the weekend yet. That's a game against BDS, and they came back as well to do it.
Yeah, something that not very many teams can lay their hat to this entire time. I mean, just taking a look at the goals that have come through. See, the second one from BDS. Rare enough, anyway, that you'd ever see BDS not have anybody back. And unfortunately, I feel like that third one's diabolical. That should not be happening.
Yeah, they've definitely looked their most messy immediately after kickoffs. That's, I think, when BDS do look vulnerable. So more, weird strats from Oxygen, more off-meta strats on the kickoffs from Oxygen. Good idea, in my opinion, to get BDS into those weird positions that they're just not quite as automatic in. Once you get into the automatic midfield plays, BDS look like the better team for the most part. Oxygen put up their best fight, but in the first 10 seconds or so after the kickoff, maybe it's Oxygen who can be the better team.
And we'll find out. BDS encountering their first resistance, and that's the kickoff that you highlighted earlier on, Johnny.
It is, yeah. I mean, they're just leaving the ball so that they can get it for free in the back corner, and it has resulted in an immediate chance for them. So, credit to Oxygen. They have got BDS in just a weird position. BDS, they're having to actively think here. They're not autopiloting. They're not in their flow state in these moments. They're having to actively think and rely on intense communication. And it's difficult, clearly, once again to these positions, though. I mean, that looks a little bit too easy, a little bit too automatic. So Monkeyman walks the ball into the middle with not enough resistance. And yeah, that's the easiest goal you're going to see all day for Exotic.
So BDS trying to right the ship. 25 seconds into game number 4. They have done exactly that. Let's see what the kickoff's going to be this time around. A little bit more, sort of the norm this time around.
Yeah, the norm is the mix-up, of course, when you've been weird a bunch of times in a row. And again, they are getting a chance early. Oxygen continuing to look very good in the first play after the kickoffs occur. But BDS have escaped both without conceding so far this game. But Oxygen are still in with a chance to put them under pressure here. Oh, it's such a good touch by Monkeyman, though. Drally's not on the end of it, though, so suddenly it's Exotic having a dart back in control. He's got no boost on the back wall. Oxygen just applying that squeeze and starting to ask some questions of BDS.
Boost stolen. Monkeyman moves on in, slows down the play. He's going to follow up. Where's the support? Exotic on the far side. Chooses to play it up the wall. Oski's on 0 boost, so that's not going to help the defensive push. Does have the defensive push. Is a clear like that one. Don't want to play Boomer Bowl too often with Monkeyman, but this time around, I'd say Oxygen got the better of it.
There's one player in this pitch who does love to play Boomer Ball, and that's Archie, so I don't think he would mind it too much. Good defense from Ixo there, having to get big goal side. So Exotic tried to 50 it past him. Same said for Archie, but can Ixo get this one under control? Yes, he can. Critical landing on the back wall. If that wasn't a smooth recovery, it could have been bad news for Oxygen.
Again, Ixo just chasing downfield, looking to put some pressure on the defenders.
Could be.
Monkeyman by himself, couldn't be found for a bump. In goes Oski, unchallenged, and it's just wide.
Again, we are seeing more extended passages of play where Oxygen can keep the attack going. You know, this is a real level up for them. But they do have to be careful. We saw some pretty quick transition play from BDS as well. It's not just the offensive rotation that wins them series. Rlcs let that one go past him unnecessarily, and Ixo's managed to trade himself for Exotic in that position. Double demo usually does favor the team who are going to have the defensive respawn. No mistakes allowed in positions like this for Oxygen. Good news for them is that I think BDS are starting to get on the wrong side of the ball a little bit more as a good interception comes in for Oxygen to stop another attack and stop another shot on target.
Yeah, it's nowhere near what it was in the first 2 games. BDS have been a little... Might be a chance to finish the sentence. They're still fine. They're all good.
Oh, I don't think Archie had the read. Oski didn't think that Drally was going to go. He just waited, and Drally just full sent it into the ball. I mean, from Drally's POV, it makes perfect sense. He sees Archie looking awkward, sees Oski very close to the ball, maybe even underneath it, and he just goes for the shot. Oxygen cannot afford, just as we talked about, he can't afford these mistakes in these critical moments. BDS have been known to run away with games when their opponents do start to crack under the pressure.
Drop down again. Ixo plays it to the corner. Minute and 40 on the clock. Oxygen needs some big opportunities. This is going to be one of the ways they're going to create them. Just been launching forward to the first man and then sending them even further forward, looking for bumps, looking to steal boost. Finding reasonable success as Exotic drop down pass, and Monkey Moon will finish it off.
Oh, it's just a beautiful 1-2 play there. Exotic running ahead of the ball and taking everyone out of the game. Both Archie and Ixo have gone for that one, and they're both second in the race to Exotic. Again, Oxygen making these small mistakes. They're double committing. They're getting these misreads when they go early for the ball, and it's just not good enough. You need to almost play perfectly. Well, you definitely can't make unforced errors, let's just say that much, against this BDS lineup.
No, the shot accuracy and the placement from BDS has been phenomenal this entire time. Does not seem to be such a thing as a half chance. It is just, you've let me take a shot. Shame on you. You shouldn't have let that happen. So do see a demo come through. Exotic buys some time for Monkey Moon to respawn. This is the best place for BDS at the moment. Just stuck in the corner. Very difficult for Oxygen to create much, and now they have got rid, although that is not a fun place to be, and Exotic does well enough just to shield the ball away from a shot.
Ixo kept it alive there for a second, but as always, Monkey Moon in the middle. That's a pre-jump pass to Archie. Ceiling double tap just misses. Drally was there to clear the lines. It looks like it will be another game for BDS with just 24 seconds left on the clock. And Oxygen trailing by 3. They're about to be trailing by 3 games to 1, and timeout has been used already. You know, it's, I think, an improvement on their Swiss matchup against BDS, but it has not been enough. And after all is said and done, it's another goal for BDS. It's another 4-0 on the scoreline.
Tell you what, when BDS win, they do it in some sort of fashion, don't they? Do not allow it to be a close game.
I mean, they've won 4-0, 4-1, and 4-0 now, assuming there's no more goals here. It's really quite astonishing. I mean, Oxygen can try so many different strats here, but every time they leave a small gap, BDS are there to score it. And they're not, like, it's almost a forgettable 4-0 because they're not completely stealing the show with the highlights on every single play. Obviously, they do like to mix those in. Of course, we saw Drally with goal of the weekend yesterday against Gentlemates. But they just score clinical goals. When there's a small gap, a couple of BDS players are there. It's not just one, it's the team. They're all there to punish it. And now Oxygen can't make any mistakes. They're in the worst possible position because you've used your timeout. And BDS just look to be playing much more consistently than have been won. I don't know, Shogun, is looking very, very difficult from this moment.
It does feel like the DNA of a BDS team has been the exact same. No matter what players we put onto this, it's just, if you go a goal down, Things are about to get real difficult because they can score when you are playing pretty closed off. Now that you've got to open yourself up and take more risks, they tend to just run away with it in the last minute. And that has been the case now for years. It's kind of crazy, though, given that the different names that we have seen on this team. That should not be the case, but it is.
You know, it's just, I guess we're all just living in Monkey Moon's world this whole time. And, you know, we've kind of known that for a while, but everybody's been forced to play his game when he's on the pitch. His team, not just his teammates, but his opponents as well. And they just need to play Monkey Moon's game for one more game to get another grand final. Rematch.
Oh my god, he's done so
well played. Oski with a massive stand there. Of course, it would be Oscar making himself as big as possible to the dismay of his opponents.
Yeah, it was 2v1, and Oski said that you haven't seen enough. Now he's into the corner, looking to try and set something up, but nothing outside of a limo is going to be able to make it to that one. Midfield, Monkey Moon actually side on the challenge. Drali has to play early because he did have Oski now challenging him. Archie controls, back midfield. This is good for Auction, but they've got to make something of it. And just added too many steps to the play. BDS are out.
It's gone through the second challenge. Drali's on for here. He didn't expect that one. It's free for Ixo, but Drali with a great recovery after the initial miss. He still managed to fly back in the way of the ball and block the tight angle shot.
Towards the boost now. BDS have got to stay in control. Ixo's giving them a way out, though. BDS, even when it gets a little bit difficult on defense, outside of kickoffs, they've been pretty astute and pretty solid. Monkey Moon's now chasing up goalkeepers for some sort of demo. But again, it looks like BDS's style of game. Oxygen need to get something as Exotic puts some pressure on Archie on the backboard.
Drali getting closed down here, but you'll notice anytime BDS do get an interception, it's a 50-50. You know, worst case scenario, the majority of the time on all of these commitments from BDS is a 50-50. Best case scenario, they're beating their opponent to the ball. And that's a pretty good trade, pretty good set of options. That's why they're able to keep teams back for so long.
Drali is the solo one back. Places some time, get everyone back into the right position. And Exotic teaming up on that far side. Another good challenge from the ceiling. Archie wiped out for his troubles. In goes Exotic. Actually, a Drali bump on Monkey Moon is going to give Auction their way out. Might even give them a counter-checking opportunity.
You know, there's not always a mistake to teammate, but that one didn't look like it had much upside to it. It's Oxygen who are pressing forward now, but have they overextended? No, the recovery's come through. And Oski, 50's Monkey Moon, look who's waiting in the middle for that 50-50 to come to him. It's Drali. Archie forced to double it, read it rather, pop it upwards over his own backboard to a teammate.
Oxygen have done a phenomenal job so far of not making any mistakes on defense. The only problem is it's a thankless task. They can't afford to stay back in their side of the field as often as they have, because eventually that mistake is going to happen. Monkey Moon. Ceiling reset. Ixo has somehow managed to stretch the ball, but you've got rid of one. In goes Drali. Oski just hands the ball over to Monkey Moon, if anything. Ixo clears. Out to Drali holding midfield. Look for the pinch shot. Almost rolled over the top of Archie's car. Another demo's come through. Archie's got to try and hold the lines. That's now bounced back out. Maybe an angle for a shot. Nobody from BDS wanted to go for it.
And Oxford have tried a couple times this game to go for fakes in defense to get the ball into the midfield, and it is just not working. Like I said, every time BDS are playing the ball, they are going to get 50-50s. They're not going for crazy blocks and dunks. They are just playing the ball. They're going for the ball, and now it's infield to Monkey Moon, and now back out into the corner to that same man. BDS are in their prime position, looking for a way through. The game is so difficult to play with the balls overhead like this for Oxygen. Can they hold on? Well, they have just for a bit longer.
Oh, Oski, huge clear. Archie's up. Even if he doesn't get anything on it, he's still going to force Drali to respect it. Now Oski back in. Can't find the redirect. 1 minute on the clock. No goals on the board. Drali on the ball. Monkey Moon goes up. No! Contact. Ixo just shields it away.
I mean, it's another team bump from Drally and Monkeyman, and I think this is something we've pointed out over the years between Monkeyman and his teammates. They can get a bit tangled at times because he plays so close to the ball, so close to his teammates. So far, it's been working for BDS this split, but it is a high-risk strategy. He makes it look easy at times. It's not easy. His teammates have to read him perfectly. He has to read the play perfectly for it to work. And more than Oxygen in most of the games we've seen today.
Oxygen on the edge of being eliminated. All comes down to this next goal and who gets it. The side. Oski looking to try and work some magic. Back out to Ixo. Gonna get challenged early by Exotic. And Ixo did well just to stay low. Look for the pinch shot. Love the idea. Doesn't quite work out. We have overtime.
If one thing has favored Oxygen, it's been the post-kickoff plays. This one is going to go back to one of them. So they might have a chance to get something going here. Another pinch. This one goes high from Archie. Drally is back and he controls it in defense. It looks like there is still a bit of a spread for Oxygen to get stuck in. And now I think as more and more time goes by, it just looks like BDS are getting more comfortable. Just how to say that. Monkeyman does get a bit too close to the play. Was not able to react to it in time.
Archie now up. Early challenge. What's known as a challenge from BDS. So quick all the time. Archie outplays one. Now got to get past Drally. Does that past Monkeyman. They've got past everybody. Still not enough because the recoveries are that quick.
Oh, it's Exotic there with just such little boost, but knowing that he has to stay in the middle anyway, he can't pick that moment to run away and get a big boost pad. I hope you're all taking notes back home. Sometimes you have to play the ball. Sometimes it's better to stay active in the play, like Exotic was there. Now can this go in? It's Ixo off the inside of the post. It's across the net and out. Oh, it's so painfully close for Oxygen, but still so far.
6 minutes, no goals. Who is going to be the one to change that? Archie looks to prove something. Can go for that team. Minute and a half. In goes Oski. Can get an air for touch. Up goes Archie. Oh! Still not enough. And it ricochets off Oski's car. BDS are out.
Yeah, it looked like the shot was again trying to read a pre-jump. This time BDS do not pre-jump too high. They dive down and save it. Now here goes Oski. Can he make a huge play? Flip reset over one. He's still got control. Drally blocks only as far as Archie, who's got one more touch on this. Monkeyman 50s it wide.
And Monkeyman, after being hounded for a bump, now Drally, backboard, double tap, leaves it. Nobody following from BDS.
A back and forth for once, and this is something that Oxygen have not really been used to this series. They're just going for the clean out plays now, not relying on mind games. Like we mentioned, if you're going to mind game BDS today, it's going to need to be the most convincing fake of all time. Oxygen just going for the beats, going for the mechanical plays. And this is the way that you want to see this team play. Such an entertaining team when they can get into that peak form.
Exotic ceiling reset, ends up leaving it for Monkeyman, who drops it. Drally doesn't get too much on the shot, but Exotic looks to change it. Backboard again for Monkeyman. Oh, he's hit everything but the goal. Drally finishes it. 1-0. KC versus BDS is your grand finals.
I don't think anybody's complaining about that, except maybe Oxygen. They put up a much better fight here, and especially in this last game. They showed signs of promise. They showed windows where maybe they are, able to compete at the level of the big teams in EU, and they definitely, confirmed themselves as a contender for a major spot, more so than just their overall point standings, but the gameplay as well. But well, what do you say about BDS? When they get going in offense, they look unstoppable, and it's just prime Monkeyman Rocket League. they were tested in this match, but they have such a consistent floor, it would seem, and that is a terrifying thought. When Monkeyman and when BDS are playing with any form of consistency, they win events. If we've learned anything in the Open Era.
Now, the only thing I will throw out there, Johnny, as maybe a big talking point to look out for in that grand finals, is BDS did look a little bit suspect against the kickoff plays. Yeah. Can you name any team still in this tournament that has a few kickoff plays?
Well, I definitely hope BDS have been doing their homework when it comes to kickoffs, because we saw Magnifico counter a couple of Carmen's kickoffs earlier on today. They were doing their homework. They came with a game plan. And you need that these days. You can't go against Karmine Corp without doing your research about what they're getting up to from the center circle. And you're absolutely right, BDS did look most uncomfortable in the 10 or so seconds after every kickoff in this series.
Well, BDS have beaten Oxygen. They annihilated Gentlemates. One more team on the Redemption Tour. KC after this break.
Welcome back to the European Qualifier number 2. As the action boils to a peak, you've made the right call hanging out with us. Grand Finals on its way, but Oxygen falling in top 4 to BDS means BDS will be in the Grand Finals with Carmine Corp. And I have Johnny and CJ beside me to talk about that Grand Finals in a few moments here. But first, let's wrap up what happened in that last matchup there. BDS making a statement, Johnny, that this is where they belong.
Yeah, I think that's just another example of the difference right now. It's closer than we thought after Event 1, the top 4 and the rest.
Right.
But no one has eliminated one of the big French 4 except the big French 4. Vitality and Gentlemen took some losses in the Swiss stage this time around. But they weren't eliminated until they ran into other big French teams, namely Carmine Corp and BDS. And yeah, again, Carmine Corp and BDS just destroying the competition. So when it's bracket time, they just seem to produce a different level.
They're just impressive, aren't they? I mean, the thing about these guys, we analyse the top 4 teams, their play styles. I think BDS are the most aggressive of the top 4 teams. I think sometimes it can go the other way for them, like you see here with some open nets. They overcommit a little bit, second and third man, but I mean, it's exciting to watch. It's certainly an action-packed. I think Colin Stumpy said it on the call as well. They put the foot down. They want to bury teams, not just win 1-0.
Yeah, this is, again, I'm very curious if we do just see the same top 4 in semifinals if they don't meet in the quarterfinals. We mentioned the bit of that gap there that might be, Johnny, you said it's not as far as we might think. We see Auction and Magnific go up there, but a 4-1 loss for both of them definitely indicates that we would have had the same top 4 had they not met quarters.
It's very possible. The Swiss stage in both events has been a lot less consistent compared to the best of 7s, and it makes sense when you go to best of 7, you're going to get more matches being won by the better team. So, and more, I feel like the better teams are just more comfortable as well in the bracket. These big teams, once they've made it through the stress of Swiss, and they're like, okay, good, we're locking in the points now. That's where they can really perform at their best. So, yeah, I don't really believe anyone's above the big French top 4. Need to see Magnifico or Oxygen or somebody eliminate one of them before they can make that jump.
Well, CJ, I saw you had a couple horses there. You got to hold on to them because Grand Finals are here, and it's time to get excited. Team BDS versus Carmine Corp. These are 2 of the big bad, CJ, of the European region, and they're probably thinking their lucky stars that they got a semis looking like that, but now they got to lock in.
Yeah, top 2 seeds coming out of Friday. Top 2 now in the grand final. And, well, KC, they're the guys that everyone is chasing. I know we talk about the top 4, the top 2 in Europe, but KC right now, they're the big dogs. They're the deserved favourites in this matchup. But BDS, they've never looked better. Drally, Johnny, coming off that first regional, his RLCS debut. I know he had a few nervous moments. We talk about the reverse sweep, but he's come through leaps and bounds in this regional.
So I heard a lot of speculation coming into this season about how this BDS team is going to play. There was a lot of question marks, of course. They didn't look the cleanest in the off-season showings they had. Rumors from the French scene were that they weren't at the level of KC and Vitality, but they have completely shut down all those rumors, and they're showing that they can be a unit on the pitch. It's not just 3 individual talents, but a team who are very much on the same page, and a team who did take 3 straight games against Carmine Corp the last time they played. Before, of course, losing 4 straight. So I just wonder, what kind of mentality are they coming into this series with? Are they thinking, right, we were better than them at the start of last series, we're playing a lot better now, let's just do that again? Or are they still feeling a little bit sore from the reverse sweep in a best of 7?
Well, I'm looking at the way Monkey Moon's posture is there, and I'm going to overanalyze Arm Show psychologist here that they're taking this one a little more seriously, and that they might be worried because they're not the happy-go-lucky group we saw in the match before.
I mean, he's reclined, isn't he? He's relaxed.
He looked pretty chill to me, but looked kind of locked in. But, obviously on the other side of things, these guys, when we look at professional teams, K-Corp is just the standout. Even in Europe, we talk about how all the teams are all boot camping together. Just K-Corp, when, you just see it on the cameras, Ferry with his little pre-game addresses on the whiteboard. They're just a little bit different. They're all locked in as a team, and they really are one unit. they have to be the team to beat.
And, you know, we're kind of making some jokes about the matching uniforms a little bit with Atto's, you know, spillage incident, meaning he can't completely match. But, you know, everything counts. Every little advantage can add up to make you just the best team and to give you the strongest possible position. And that's been proven in many different sports, in many different professional settings. You know, matching uniforms, it brings out professionalism, accountability, pride in what you're working towards. So I get it. I like that they're doing that. I like that they're taking every step that they can to be the best that they can be.
I don't know, man. Now that I've done one bit of analysis, I think I'm an expert. Those smiles and laughs were there, but they look nervous. I don't know. Get your chat, your predictions in chat. Hashtag Casey, hashtag BDS. And let me know if you think they also look nervous or if Casey's going to be an even match for them. But analysts, I think at this point, we would have to be absurd to go against the previous Open Qualifier winners. I
wouldn't say absurd. I think
we've got a blue wall here, CJ. Look,
we are going to blue wall again.
The blue wall of predictions once again. Every time it's KC, and I know chat's going to be heavily voting KC as well. Although BDS are a popular team in their own right, but I do agree that BDS are going to be a good match for them. They took them to Game 7 last time. But CJ, what are the win conditions for BDS here? We're all going KC, but what is the key to victory if BDS are going to come out on top?
I mean, they're a double-edged sword, which is why I love watching BDS. I talked about their aggression, their offense. I think they are the most offensive team, but it can come back to bite them. So if they can pull it all together, but they're going to have to rely on mechanics, they have to be on against KC. The reason I'm picking KC is I think they're just a little bit more solid and they're just a better unit.
Chat, you're locking in with KC, and I will point out that leaves Shogun alone on the side of BDS. So large odds for BDS to go up against here if our predictions have anything to say with it, but our match is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, grand finals have arrived. It's BDS versus the Blue Wall. There's really not much to say here, but get ready. We have Cole and Stumpy ready to light up the field with our grand finalists, BDS versus K-Corn.
2 weeks ago, we confidently proclaimed that EU now had its very own Big Four. But now, Stumpy, are Carmine Corp on the cusp of putting themselves above even those?
It's going to be a massive stamp of dominance if they're able to take it past a BDS that looked on fire versus Oxygen. And this is a grudge match, bear in mind, of last Regionals semi-finals. That was a best-of-7 reverse sweep for Carmine Corp over BDS. They managed to win 3 on a trot and then couldn't secure a single one in the next 4 attempts. Carmine Corp, they don't want it to be that close, and Rise starting off the scoring for the blue.
It's a reverse of what we saw earlier on in the semi-final when they were a goal down in 2 or so seconds. This time from another kickoff play, the complete opposite. Rise doing what he's been doing, it seems, for generations now, Stumpy. The simple task of putting the ball in the net.
And we've seen a good few times as well where Carmine Corp have got so many kickoff strats. Like Pharaoh was saying yesterday, he's like, nah, it's all random. And then they literally did the IRL
no chance.
Cheeky, like, tongue out emoji where he's just like, no, we've got a lot going on. So definitely going to be seeing a lot coming out from Carmine Corp here. And BDS, they're playing somewhat reactively to it. We saw it in the last series as well, having to react to what is going to be going on from their opposition. But Carmine Corp certainly on the front foot to start this one.
Yeah, well, for BDS, they've got their own box of tricks, and Drali, the player who's joined them most recently, is at the forefront of that. He's been looking sublime for them, you know, especially considering he comes into the RLCS as a new player with BDS to get reverse swept in that first semi and to make it back to a grand final, showing themselves to have that mentality.
Well, look at the strength of these two teams as well across the regional so far. When you look at the goals, the score and assists, every single one has number 1 and number 2 as either a BDS player or a Carmine Corp player. They are smothering the top end of the boards. This is our 2 best teams in this regional so far. Rise setting up a tier on that chance, comes down, trying to spike it past Monkey Moon and Exotic, isn't quite able to, and Aldrali on the push in the opposite blue half takes it away from anybody on his team. Vitera can clear. Now Atto in the midfield to try and make something magical for the Blues.
Carmine Corp, who now have a slight monkey off their back in the sense that they have made it to Copenhagen. That is guaranteed. So playing with house money here, but they will, of course, still feel the pressure from Team BDS, especially with passing plays like that.
From one end of the pitch to the other, midfield finds Drali, finds Monkey Moon, finds corner, Exotic, and then success at the end. We saw it from Rise's perspective. Exotic came out of nowhere to strike it right from above him. And bear in mind that, yes, you talk about KC, they've already made the major. They're still, trying to make it through. They've got that #1 seeding going through already in the event, I believe. I might be corrected on that. But BDS, if they get the win here, they basically are going to clinch the major by just making Swiss in the next open qualifier. So not too much pressure. They've done it twice already so far, but there's still that little percentage, but a win would put them well on their way to a guaranteed spot.
I always love this stage of the splits when you're starting to get major implications. From every result, every goal can change so much. The dominoes fall or are re-raised in certain combinations. Johnny comes forward. Atto is waiting. He's been so good the last couple of days, but he's been defending there. Monkey moves to the backboard. He is looking alive right now. He's looking happy with his team. Dryly, it's a bit of a wasted shot right there, but more BDS tippy-tap shots.
Halfway through the game, our team's completely on parity with each other. Dryly now challenging in that blue box. Ball ends up falling towards Rise. No boost for Dryly. Was hoping that mid boost was going to spawn. Instead, Rise goes towards that side wall. Boosts up instead of going to the wall. Wants to get there as quick as he can. Exotic over the top. Dryly's going to receive. Only Rise to beat. It's near target. Anyone to shoot. Who else but Monkey Moon?
Look at the pace here from Dryly. Look at the confidence. Exotic. He beat his man, and Dryly was pretty much already up. A double beat there. 14 BDS. And they are showing, as they should, no respect to this monolithic Karmine Corp right now.
Yeah, KC, we've seen how well they've gone through so far, and we spoke to them previously, or spoke about them rather, in the previous series when they were playing against Magnifico. The demo leads to nothing, unfortunately, for Karmine Corp, and they don't want to be demoed out of the event. Ha ha ha. As we've seen before, that with the G2s, with everybody else leading our regions, they are wanting to make sure that they do not get beaten in the main events.
Yeah, they're wanting to, but that's another chance for Team BDS. 2 or 3 occasions we've seen clean shooting opportunities, and the finishing hasn't quite been there. So despite this lead, it's not been perfect from Team BDS, which I'm sure Karmine Corp will take some heart in, but this is, as you said, Stumpy, on the day, the hardest competition that Karmine Corp have been up against. Steamrolling through everyone. I can't see them steamrolling through Team BDS based on the opening 3.5 minutes of this Grand Finals, which excites me. Highest level of Rocket League seen so far in this competition, happening all the way here at the death as Vatira has Rise to his right. How many times have we said that over the years? Rise almost completes the job. Could have connected, but couldn't quite. Atto comes in and gets the double. It should be saved. And Exotic sends it to even more safety.
The Karmine Corp press coming through as Rise pre-jumps on that, but Dryly from the backboard still intercepts. Now Atto versus Dryly at the back. Battle for the newcomers to their team. Exotic can't quite tap in as Vatira is the man to make contact first. Dryly now diving back, does clear the ball away. We are under 1 minute remaining in game #1. Rise challenged by Exotic early. No chance until a couple of whiffs come in. Exotic then has to go for it high as Dryly challenges low, and Karmine Corp, they start to swarm. Nothing from it yet, and 20 seconds gone.
Rise though puts it into the corner. Monkey Moon is already up there, beats it away. Karmine Corp, they've not gone behind in series so far in this single elimination playoffs, and they still might not. It falls to Atto, and he makes no mistake.
30 seconds remaining, and from that pinch, Rise fakes. That's almost everything. It's a combination goal of everything that we have seen so far throughout our teams. It was a pinch into a pass, which ended up being a fake, which we've seen a lot in the air, and then finally that shot coming through. An equalizer for Karmine Corp, and BDS need to make sure that does not ruin their momentum.
You suspect that BDS have to stand up tall for the next 20 seconds. Karmine Corp will smell blood as Vatira puts it into the center. Wants to juke it between them all. Not quite done this time. Monkey Moon has to get some boost, but he gets those reinforcements. It's looking like they're going to have to be holding on now. Vatira, another demo comes in from Atto! And Rise stabs into the heart.
A late winner, potentially, with Vatira avoiding the ball. Fakes out the flip reset as well. Bottom corner found for Rise. But 6 seconds. BDS going up against one of the best kickoff teams in Europe. A chance for them to upset. With Atto taking it very safely towards the side. Nobody being too crazy on the side of Karmine Corp. That one pinching long is going to hit the ground. Karmine Corp deliver the first Game 1 loss to BDS this entire regional.
They are mentality monsters, Karmine Corp. They were, what, 50-odd seconds away from losing that one, end up winning it before overtime.
In regulation.
Even when they got the equalizer, you suspected something that wasn't going to be enough for them, and indeed, that's how it proved.
I mean, BDS, they didn't exactly let it go either at the end of that series. It was just a different style of play coming from Karmine Corp. It then became almost like they warmed back into that game. Normally, it takes some teams a couple of games to get into it, but then you look at the quality of goals that we had from BDS, a double beat, as you said at the time, that gave BDS the lead. And then finally, at 30 seconds in, a fake from Rise off the pinch, Atto secures. And in the final 6 seconds left, Vatira completely faking out that flip reset. Open for Rise. KC, 3-2 in regulation.
These aerial fakes, I mean, how on earth do you defend against them? When you have Rise going up, you have to cover the backboard, you have to cover the goal, right? He can just choose what he wants to do. I feel like you have to almost get the charge down in before the ball pops up. You have to preempt it.
But then that's also why we're seeing so many pre-jumps coming in as well. It's a very, it's an evolutionary arms race of plays going on right now with pre-jumps and then also aerial fakes and also sending either two men to the ball or making sure, very nice fake kickoff too, but it does get pressure over towards that BDS side. But now Atto has boost, a lot of boost on the side of Karmine Corp.
Charlie was so close to being clobbered out the sky there by Vatira. Rise does the same to his teammate. And Karmine Corp just continuing to toy. It's 0-0. You're 18 seconds into Game 2 in a grand final. We've already seen 2 air bump attempts and a fake kickoff. Just fearless from them.
30 seconds in, the quality maintains its absolute heights that we've seen so far. But the pressure falling towards BDS. Nobody really taking the initiative on it and gives Vatira a decent amount of space, but one bumped out the sky. Atto now to the ground, catches, flicks over the top, but Drali reading it wonderfully. That back corner is going to fall now towards Vatira. A touch from Atto, can't quite come in until then he gets the somehow inverted dunk on the BDS player in the midfield.
Ooh, nice touch there from Monkey Moon to give Charlie just a sniff at something. He won't be able to get the second touch because Vatira is shepherding. They managed to get it past a couple. Rise helps out. I'm not sure Vatira wanted him there. So the ball does fall to Monkey Moon. Team BDS, how they would love a goal. What that could do to their mentality right now, because Karmine Corp, no matter how good the team composition is, they grind it out of you. They almost grinded away an own goal there from their defending as Monkey Moon charges that one down in the air. BDS stepping up now in Game 2 after Karmine Corp having it their own way.
And making sure that BDS are trying to ground as many of their opposition into dust. We've seen demos now starting to come through, and Atto responding with one on Monkey Moon. Vatira to the ceiling with the reset, and then the double Vatira. Grand final magic.
He just kept on going. First the flip reset bounces off the ceiling, passes Drali, rises there as well for some reason. Why not? Vatira's got you covered, pal. What a goal that is. What a stunner.
Stunning grand final goal to open it as well. Before anybody on BDS has got over 50 points as well. What dominance we've seen from this Game 1 so far. And Vatira going for yet another shot. And I say dominance just purely by the fact they've got that goal. Atto can't quite drop it low enough. BDS have had a great push. They've had 3 shots on target. But now it falls back down towards Vatira. No chance for him to work it past the defender. Now Drali, left-hand side with 3 boosts. Nothing can come from it. And then Rise comes in. A double tap, potentially no. Exotic shutting it down.
Team BDS doing just about enough to avoid going 2-0 behind. I thought that was going to be Rise. Had a real open shot there. It could still happen. No, the two of them on the goal line. BDS holding out for as long as they possibly can. Have to get these touches. That miss from Atto will help. Drali steaming in. He'll steal the boost as well. So a chance for a sweet momentum, especially with that demo. Monkey Moon can't quite shoot on time. Now he's exotic. Drali's arriving. He's got to want to put it into the back of the net here. Again, not quite there. Karmine Corp, of course, can defend well as well. But this is where Team BDS want the ball.
I can't help but think that KC maybe could have scored on that chance. Not just with the pass, but when it was completely open. The touch from Vatira, I believe, on the backboard just came out a little bit too far. But yeah, BDS, they got a good chance to make sure that they were able to chase a couple more chances over in that blue side. Atto with one, can't get it around Monkey Moon as he taps it low. Vatira now up high, dodges a demo from Exotic, lures 2 into the play, drops it low, a miss from Exotic, double players again from the backboard. Monkey Moon and Drali, fake, bumped, completely deceived!
You just knew! You just knew! When Atto went up, he had a Rise in front of him. He hunts down Monkey Moon, then he turns his attention to Exotic. He's trying to snake his way around, but my goodness, it's cruelty yet again.
That was gorgeous play. Every single player on Karmine Corp involved with the Atto mustard, which he's definitely been doing more and more. Maybe, you know, somebody on Vatira's team always has to be doing those late game musties. We've seen Joya proves to do it whenever he gets a little bit confident in a game. But Atto sending it central again, and BDS having to chase 2 goals.
Atto's gonna try and turn that into 3 right now. Rise once more, lingering underneath the Team BDS defense, but that's a better clearance from Monkey Moon. Exotic should be able to connect, but can't quite do it. The more pressure that Karmine Corp exert upon you, the harder these sort of half chances become as Rise comes forward again, almost fakes them all out. The amount of time, Stumpy, we're seeing 3 BDS players have to dive at the same ball because Karmine Corp are just tearing them to shreds.
But now Drali tries to find one off the ceiling with the pass. It's just shy of the goal. Goes off the crossbar. Monkey Moon chases it back. Actually takes the ball completely away from Atto. Very thankful for him to be there if you're a BDS supporter. Up high with 1 minute left. An air dribble. Doesn't go much further than Vatira. Atto, goal line, manages to get that save away. Only just into the corner. Now Vatira sitting it high right side. Drali an interception. Ceiling. A reset. Another reset onto the backboard. Who's going to be there? Vatira. Defense after defense, and the show from KC is that blue wall that we relish so much.
Rise sends this one long. Karmine Corp 33 seconds away from making this a long, long way back for Team BDS.
Great
Exotic tries to tee up Drali. It was good enough. It was scary for Drali, but Drali had the mechanics to make the most from it. And now Atto can just steal some more seconds away. Vatira's up. They don't even need to score, Stumpy. They just have to try and keep BDS at arm's length for not too much longer. Atto doesn't even need the flip reset. Rise is taken out. Who cares, say Karmine Corp. 8 seconds left. We can keep you out for this long. We can keep you out for a few more seconds. It's going to be 2-0 to Karmine Corp. And Team BDS are struggling to lay a glove.
After that late game win that we saw from Karmine Corp in game number 1, I am now not surprised that we are seeing a timeout coming from BDS. It is exactly what they need. Again, not going to keep preaching. 2-game loss, get a timeout going. Make sure that you can have that little bit of a buffer game. But my word, the quality of goal that we saw from Karmine Corp was astounding there. Vatira on that solo play all the way down the pitch, one of the highlights of the weekend. And then you see the goal coming through. This one. Atto goes up high, gets onto the musty with the reset, and Rise is just bumping as many BDS players out the way as he humanly can.
The Rise homing missile is turning into one of my favorite assets of this Karmine Corp squad. You know, just when you think you've kept them away, you've double committed in a good way, I guess, when you're defending on the goal line, got the ball away, got some boost again. Suddenly you look up and Rise going da-da, da-da, and just turning around and staring you down. That's what they've got to talk through, Stumpy. That's what Team BDS have to deal with.
Yeah.
I am running out of ideas how.
I mean, realistically, they have got the winning formula on their side. They know that the game plan that they have of being aggressive does work. But then you talk about the aggression of both of these teams, and then you look at it statistically. BDS, so far, have got the best defense for the event. They've got the lowest number of goals against, and then they've got the 3rd highest shots against. So they're taking shots against them so infrequently, and then they're having being scored upon even less frequently. And then Karmine Corp on the other side have got near enough the best offense in this event so far. They're number 1 in goals, and then number 3 in shots. They are putting on a staggering number that BDS are largely keeping out. But you need to win on the offensive capability of your team, and BDS showed that against Oxygen, handily dispatching them.
Karmine Corp, who, as we said at the top of this, are trying to proclaim themselves as the sole kings of Europe. So far, challenges are falling one by one. Team BDS, a couple of games in, seem to be doing the same, but how powerful will this tactical timeout be?
Professional play so far from both sides. KC just getting the edge in both of our games. BDS thinking, no, they should have won that first one. Maybe this should be 1-1 in the series. Doesn't matter. Be like the bloke in the background. Clap. Get yourselves awake. Be as present in this series as you humanly can, as you have been in the event. Keep pressuring Karmine Corp and give us more games to enjoy.
BDS, it's all on you. Can you make this happen? That's a good start from Exotic. Can he follow it up? He wants to just try and track Atto's touch. A bit of pace, a bit of creation from them. I want to see all of them in the Karmine Corp half really try and make them struggle. They get in each other's way, but it works its way in, and the buff works.
Pinch in top corner. Thank you very much, says Monkey Moon. Atto and Vatira bumping each other respectively. And then Monkey Moon, not even a pinch, just managing to slot it the opposite side, straight out of reach. 22 seconds in, a BDS lead.
We've seen this before, though, where BDS have taken the lead and Karmine Corp have done something funky from the kickoff. Not this time, just the default, but it does allow Rise in. Atto wants to get the double, can't quite do it. Exotic, lovely little play, letting the ball run across his body so he can brilliant. Pull it up. And then here he is again. Exotic is coming online.
A man on fire, Exotic, in this entire event so far. Flicks it high, forces Vatira, forces Rise as well to make a decision and then shy away from it, and he can then carry on. We've seen how much KC go for these pre-jumps. If you can use that against them, that's what BDS need to do. Force them to go for it, and then read the awkward touch that they are going to be pushed into doing. And a double kickoff coming for KC here. No big pressure build, but we know the arsenal that they have in the kickoffs.
Once again, Exotic pre-flipping into that challenge there, forcing it out wide, exactly where Team BDS want it, where Monkey Moon is waiting and lingering. As a pass into the center if he can find it. Exotic's up yet again. Think of the amount of clean strikes Exotic is getting. He needs Charlie to help him out there, though. And he does with aplomb. A couple of touches, 17 boosts left as well. I wonder if that will come in helpful. He's just waiting for this ball, enough to go for it and clear BDS's lines.
Vatira up high with a miss. Didn't have enough boost. Maybe thought I'm not going to do anything with it anyway. Goes central, tries to find Atto. But defense strong enough. Charlie with a lovely fake out, then gets control, gets pressure. Playing for BDS here into the corner. Will there be a double touch? And gets shut down by Vatira on that chance, and then Exotic sent to that scrapyard.
So wants to go over the top of Drali. He almost manages it, but not quite there. Drali is performing admirably defensively, only 22 points to his name, but certainly performing much better than that as far as my eye test goes, at least. So we all know he's performing better than maybe anyone in this tournament, but Drali is winning that ball yet again. All three Team BDS players on the left wing waiting to see what Vatira is going to do. The answer to that question is try and tee himself up. And it falls to Rise. BDS, a great uptick now.
Rise making sure that he shows his former team, the one that he left to come to KC4, that KC was absolutely the right shout for him. And he said there is no world where I change from the blue wall. And I absolutely believe him. This really does feel like it's going to be his home for the foreseeable future. And it's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it is. Of course, on the other end, Exotic was playing with Karmine Corp last season. They dropped him, so the fact that he's the player for Team BDS now, who really is coming online and waking up,
is brilliant.
Sign for him, but Vatira goes to the ceiling. It's a great first touch. Then he gets the bump. Oh my goodness, they're all involved. None of them can get a touch until Rise steams in and scores.
A conveyor belt coming through for Karmine Corp. Vatira up high, bumps two out of the way. Drali with a miss. And Rise on the relatively open net, a clopen net, I believe they call it in OCE. CJ was teaching me yesterday. It's a close open one. And that is now one back for KC. Alarm bells maybe ringing in BDS's heads when you look back at what happened in the first game.
Ooh, Atto is getting past another couple. So dominant on the floor. Monkey Moon is the final man in front of him. Almost gets past him as well. Steals the boost too. So much good work done by Atto. Karmine Corp found themselves 2 goals down. Now that's halved already, and plenty of games still to play. BDS, you feel, have to hold out in this game, or this one may well be over. Moon is over the top of Rise. Vatira's waiting in there. Karmine Corp never too soon to leave their lines when they're defending. A patient team on top of everything else. Rise, what I am finding, Stumpy, is that Karmine Corp are running out of boost a lot more. BDS are beginning to starve them.
Yeah, and we just saw there, basically all of them had about 30 combined. But now Vatira steals boost, gets the demo for double effect, then gets another bump, and then Rise can't tap it in! Neither can Vatira! Who's going to be there next? Is Monkey Moon to save it away? A blunder from Karmine Corp!
Yeah, but it was after their favourite party trick, but Team BDS do get away with it. What will that do to their spirit? Atto into the centre, and Exotic was waiting for it! I thought for a minute that one would be going in, couldn't quite get the connection that he needed. But now Rise, again using all of his boost. What can he do with it? Towards Vatira it goes. Monkey Moon should be tracking this one. Monkey Moon misses though, but it's only as far as Drali. Atto towards the centre, into the corner this time. Wants to get the redirect, can't quite get it up, but Monkey Moon completely whiffs. Only onto the roof of Drali. And again! Then he gets the dunk. He meant it. We're all good.
3 in a row for Monkey Moon. Hoping it's not going to become endemic. But nothing for BDS. It did not lead to any goals, but you don't want to be seeing that in a grand final. Absolutely not. Under a minute remaining. Exotic now, right-hand side. Strong man for BDS. This lead so far maintaining. Rise tries to go for a bump, doesn't land a touch on anybody. Continues going bump, but Atto not enough boost.
Karmine Corp using this bump meta a bit too often in the face.
What's happening?
BDS are waiting because they're not sure whether to go for the ball or not, because Karmine Corp never make it clear what they're attempting.
A fake fake after fake after fake, followed by a miss, followed by a couple more misses, and then a beautiful bit of tiki-taka in the orange half. KC, draw us level, 30 seconds remaining, and we can hear echoes of game 1 in our minds.
I think the Karmine Corp can hear echoes of last regional as well, the one that they were victorious in. They did 6 games last time against Gentlemates. Could be even better this time. They have to take this game first. Rise, he booms it long and follows it up yet again. Just kicking this hornet's nest of the BDS defense over and over, fearlessly, tirelessly. But here come Team BDS. Rise into the corner. Exotic is waiting. He goes for the pass. It's the right decision. Oh! Scores!
Phenomenal play for BDS. We see a passing play to get KC back in it, and then another to send them straight back out. Exotic relieves the ball to Monkey Moon. Vatira, awkward post driving. Can't jump up. BDS, a late winner potentially, but the final 5 seconds. We've seen what 6 seconds can do. A double fake kickoff. It will not be what Karmine Corp wanted. Now Drali just to the floor and you get the win. He will secure it. BDS get their first in Grand.
And they get it by holding their nerve, Stumpy. They are realizing that Karmine Corp aren't this usual predictable style of attack. You know, it's not an infield pass and a shoot. It's an infield pass, 3 fakes, a demo, rotation, get 100 boost, and then shoot. Oh no, I faked again, right? What they're trying to do is predict when Karmine Corp are doing their brand new Karmine Corp thing. When it doesn't work, it looks silly like the equalizer, but when it does, they get that counter attack, and that's how they got the late goal.
We did see a good few misses, though, towards the end of that game specifically, where before they seemed to be followed up by actual shots and actual chances to make a play happen. We saw maybe the sweat getting the better of all of the players. That goal from Atto is wonderful, though. Manages to get the touch underneath. And again, a pass across, a bump as well in the middle of all of that to get another Karmine Corp player out the way, reduce congestion. Great play from both teams, but both absolutely fallible in the last minute and a half.
Yeah, it's a scrappy old victory there for Team BDS. I do maintain that it's the theory, it's something they're trying. It doesn't look particularly clean, though, and I do wonder if Team BDS are going to take that blueprint into this next game, or if they're going to try and exert themselves, try and actually dominate this game, because they are capable of doing that. You know, with the momentum swing of getting that game, Stumpy, they can make Karmine Corp sweat. They were 3-0 up in the last semi-finals. Now, they've got their game. I want to see them do exactly that.
Time for them to wrestle a couple more from it and potentially rip that trophy out of Karmine Corp's hands. Atto now, 1 reset, goes middle with it, and Drali then just to pump it long. Only 1 boost to his name. Vatira then finds it back towards Drali, who chased that ball all the way down into the blue half. And Karmine Corp definitely looking to have another explosive start to their game if it can go their way.
And the reason for that, there was another delayed kickoff, followed up and cheated so aggressively as well. So from every kickoff, Karmine Corp are having pretty much a huge advantage. But we've got an even bigger advantage after that. Exotic, can he get back? He does just.
That comes with a Monkey Moon back pass as well. Didn't mean it at all. Tried to get a touch towards that blue half. Instead, it absolutely flings off him. Atto bouncing it over the top. Monkey Moon is going to be the saviour on this attempt, pinching towards the other side of the pitch. This ball not finding its home or any alliance in either side. And then a shot ripped on net by Exotic. BDS a lead.
Here he is again, Exotic. Clean finishing has taken Karmine Corp to major victories before. They turned away from him, thought they needed more, but he has always got that in his locker, always ready to strike when the opportunity hits.
Exotic really looking like the player to watch over on BDS's side. Historically, that's been any amount of the others. But Exotic, you're right, the former KC man. Minute has now passed, and Charlie wanting to cause chaos on that back line. Takes out the reach of Exotic, however, that pass did them well previously, where he got a little awkward touch. Rise sees one in the middle, and then banks on the fact he'd be challenged that way as well, so then can then get 50 into the corner, but the ball still falls over towards BDS. Vatira, left wall, takes it solo, takes it to the ground, wants to go for the bump, as does Atto, only gets Vatira. A reset from Rise, a fake from Rise, a shot from Rise, but a save. BDS stay firm.
That was way nervier than it had any right to be. It seemed that BDS had suppressed the danger, but Karmine Corp somehow turned it into something down the other end. His Team BDS trying to do the same. Not quite on target on that occasion. Vatira comes forward now. BDS are back, a bank of 3, able to hopefully keep this ball away, at least for now. Try and keep their lead for a little bit. Try and make Karmine Corp sweat. Rise gets it past one of them, but Well, I was going to say they're dealing with this much better, but they're being a little bit passive, whether it's by design or accidentally.
I mean, I think they knew that Rise didn't have any boost there, but equally, you see loads of fake boost plays where you think, okay, he's out, we can take it a little bit slower. Rise, in that instance, might have had 40 in the tank, and BDS wouldn't have known, but they took that risk. Now Rise on that right-hand side now does have boost, 70 to his name, but gets challenged. Monkey Moon now sending it long. That's going to be on target, but Vatira handily sending it away easily. Rise misses. Atto does receive it. A reset over one. Pitches for the bump, but Monkey Moon yet again standing as firm as he can.
Great read as well from Monkey Moon there. Atto was almost found by Vatira, but Monkey Moon nipped it in the way just to once more send Carmine Corp back. Here he is again, getting in the way of everything, intercepting all over the place. Can't block that one though from Vatira. Not quite got the angle, but what a clean touch that was.
Just Exotic.
Now Vatira waits to see if Atto's going to win it. He doesn't. It's Monkey Moon yet again. He is hungry, but he gets too little on the ball that time.
Exotic has been the defensive man in this game for sure. He's made sure that he rotates back a little bit further than he has done previously, but then will happily come up to try and take a bite of that cherry if he is able to, as we saw for that first goal. 2 minutes remaining. Drali over one, but Atto's going to snuff out that attempt. The backboard is his, but very awkwardly takes it away from his own player.
Team BDS out shooting Carmine Corp right now by 6 shots to 4, make it 7. Another big save comes in from Vatira. Atto just can't quite break them down right now. These touches that before were eluding Team BDS's defense, they're sitting a bit further back, just playing that slightly more passive. And Carmine Corp, they have to come to grips with the change in tactics.
These demolitions now starting to rain in for BDS. They're locked and loaded. Vatira wants to return fire. Exotic is on target with it, but Atto across the net can keep that one out. Still only that one goal lead. Monkey Moon one off target. Drali shies away from that challenge intelligently. Down the midfield, it does fall towards Carmine Corp to take full control over to the ceiling. Gets bumped. Vatira then recovers. A pass central from Rise, and now it's Monkey Moon versus 2, but with no boost, he won't get too far until Drali and Exotic step in. But neither can actually accept who should take control of that ball. And a shot on target for Carmine Corp does roll a little bit too slowly.
Rise tees up Vatira. It almost sprays over the top of Drali. Drali has to stay as tall as possible. Can't quite force it in yet again. 45 seconds left. Carmine Corp finally beginning to knock on the door. Can they make this happen? They're sent back yet again. Exotic has the lead. Vatira with the wonder save.
That would have been a chance for that 2-0 for BDS. Now Atto finds Vatira, who's going to be midfield for it. It's Rise, but with a miss. It then falls down towards Drali. The 3 players from BDS moving forward. Monkey Moon faking out Rise, going low underneath Atto. Vatira to receive. 15 seconds. We've seen late game wonders from Carmine Corp.
Vatira's still on the 100 boost. Rise, he has the shooting chance. Atto is still there. Where is Vatira? When is he coming in? He's waiting, but the opportunity just not coming. BDS send it away yet again. Rise tees up one more chance. Exotic says no, at least for now.
Rise now up high with enough boost to get some real distance on it. Vatira is up next. The 1, the 2nd, but nobody central for that pass. And BDS, by the skin of their teeth in the final minute, do secure that game. And Cog, you said where's Vatira for that shot? He went in for the shot, but it was taken away from him by a teammate who got the reset and then just flicked it past. If there was a little bit more communication, maybe Carmine Corp score there, but BDS stayed firm on their goal. They showed off why they are the #1 defense in this event so far.
Yeah, and you have to be to get a clean sheet against Carmine Corp, especially when they have, 8 shots? Takes something incredibly special. They scored after 55 seconds, Stumpy, and then just held out Carmine Corp for the rest of it.
And Carmine Corp are going to be taking that time out. They've now lost 2 games. It's scary times when you look towards the end of this series.
What a save that was.
Carmine Corp have already secured that major, but BDS, they are still vying for their spot.
I'm just looking back at these highlights now, and Vatira making that save just to keep things as terrifying as possible for Team BDS all the way to the end. Keep those heart rates up, the adrenaline pumping, so when Carmine Corp then do take their tactical timeout, BDS are sort of trapped in this limbo of still ready to go but having to wait. It must be horrible.
Ferrer standing behind Carmine Corp now, making sure that his words are getting through to the boys, that he keeps them cool, calm, collected, and ready to make sure that game number 5 is going to be going their way. They have a game plan. I think out of any team in Europe, you look at game plans and you look at who formulates them, and Ferrer has been the man behind, the genius of so many teams historically. Vitality before Carmine Corp, of course, and then on Carmine Corp, making sure that when you look at when you look at your coach be making good decisions, you can see the vision that he has in his mind. He can get that through to the 3 players on KC.
Well, Farah has another 30 seconds with his team to try and springboard them to his personal, as a coach, 7th RLCS event win in a row, including majors, including world championships. Now we're here, back online, but it doesn't feel any lower pressure. You know, you still have all these eyes watching you. You are still locked in to competitive 3v3 matchup. Who do you favour here, Stumpy?
This is completely split down the middle. And what a brilliant performance from both teams to make it split down the middle too. They went through both of their semi-finals 4-1. They took a bullet in the arm, but then they continue to fight through. And it's definitely going to be interesting. Whoever takes game number 5 puts them on that series championship tournament point, whatever you want to call it. An early chance is falling already to BDS.
Yeah, that's where you want Exotic as well, having those clean shots. Vatira, that's where you certainly want him. The redirects, the fancy plays. 2 chances, 1 for each team. Both go begging. Monkey Moon maybe doesn't miss this one. BDS are turning this ship around.
And Monkey Moon is going to be at the helm. Exotic sends it over 1 defender. Monkey Moon on with complete and utter speed. Vatira was near enough on that ball, and yet his lightning fast reactions still couldn't contend with the speed that Monkey Moon shot with.
This is also a complete opposite from the last time these two played. With that reverse sweep, once the momentum went the way of Carmine Corp, BDS couldn't deal with it. This time it's Carmine Corp who took the early lead. BDS, now they have their momentum. Are they able to really just keep tearing the flesh off their opponents? Exotic puts it wide. It's more good defending from them.
It's a good pinch though, going long. Atto's going to take a sensible and controlled touch. Gets over a defender, goes for the bump on the next. Rise, central, sorry, Vatira central with it. That was completely open.
Yeah, missed a couple of double taps for Tira. Completely unlike him. The serial winner, the serial championship Sundayer. You expect him to sink those all day long. Has to shake himself out of this one, but credit to the way BDS are throwing themselves at everything, making it tricky for Carmine Corp. Tira's going to be sent back to the corner. Exotic, another huge clearance. Another thing BDS are doing very well, actually. When they do get these clean touches, they're making the most of them. Carmine Corp maybe 1 split second away from scoring, but BDS on top for now. A lovely touch.
Great touch from Drali. Just gets over the top, and Drali is playing a wonderful game so far. He's been an incredible player for BDS, an absolute credit to that team and organisation. In a minute and a half in, he's showing that in game number 5, he's still continuing to show up. Midfield sees Exotic beat out Atto. Rise can take a leisurely stroll away from that ball, gets a very awkward touch around. On target, Monkey Moon to dunk, and it goes in!
Just everything beginning to fall the way of Team BDS. Rise. It looked like he had this covered. It also looked like Drali had missed his opportunity. But Monkey Moon, the 21-22 world champion, gets in there to put that one below the crossbar.
BDS going for not a romp over Carmine Corp, but definitely making sure that they are saying, look, lads, you got the late equalisers, you got the late winners, whatever. We can get these early on, and they've been able to prove that they can hold them to 2-2 in this series. Exotic challenging, very strong in that back half. Atto getting a lovely block from that side wall, quite awkwardly positioned for him. Vatira failing to get a long pinch with 0 boost. He's now going to be in trouble, and look at the boost on Carmine Corp's side. Only Rise has got any.
Carmine Corp, the tactical timeout they've just had hasn't seemed to have shaken too much life into them. BDS, monsters right now. Rise up against Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon's going to come away with the ball yet again. He is surely most improved player in this series. He had a couple of tough moments earlier, but right now, Carmine Corp can't get past the Monkey Moon.
Halfway through the game, and a touch on. Sees Exotic now go for a bump on a defender. Clever play, but doesn't get anywhere far. And when's the last time we saw Carmine Corp in that orange half? The ball has been completely isolated. Finally, it gets past. Vatira's on target with it too, and Monkey Moon stretches for the save.
Oh, a lovely touch there as well. To get that ball onto the side, bouncing off the ramp into the centre is exactly what I think it was Drali wanted. Monkey Moon wants to tee up Drali. Little half doink there isn't going to be enough to go home. BDS keeping themselves alive even further. Drali has a chance to shoot this one. Preflip gang is here. Monkey Moon shoots, but it's saved.
It caught Atto completely off guard, that touch, and yet he still dealt with it from Monkey Moon. That, however, is completely open, and Exotic leaves nobody behind, no witnesses, as BDS secure 3-0 in Game 5.
Yet again, though, it's because Team BDS are starting to expect Karmine Corp shenanigans. As soon as Vatira came out, Rise thought that he can, I'll get some bumps, I'll make this tricky for them. Exotic predicted it. He essentially pre-jumped Rise's bump, and they're winning kickoffs too. BDS completely turned this one around. A great pinch from Exotic, ends up falling for Vatira. Monkey Moon challenges him so quickly, Stumpy.
It's a minute and a half now, and it's Atto seeing Rise Central, tries to find Rise, but Exotic and Charlie both committing towards that block. Vatira with only 40 boosts has to shy away from this challenge, which I know he does not like to do at all. Gets 100 boosts at the back. Atto touches on Vatira. I don't think he was expecting that either, but Monkey Moon absolutely was. It's another chance for Drali to come through. Bumps Atto out of the way, makes it awkward. KC are being hounded in their own half.
The amount of boost deals as well that BDS players are having as they're coming out. Drali beating Vatira clearly to the ball. Huge save from Atto. It's going to count for nothing because still it's
4-0. BDS, dominance in game number 5, and the angle from Drali forces Atto for the save, who does wonderfully to get it, by the way, but Exotic there, again to poach. That is, by the way, that's 13 shots for BDS and only 3 for Karmine Corp.
I would love to know the last time they were dominated like that in shot statistics and in goals as well. Even better, you can shoot all day long. If you don't score from them, it counts for nothing. But BDS have found their finishing boots. Maybe they're finishing this entire tournament as the EU team on the up.
In that back half, though, we've seen these late winners for Karmine Corp, but even at 4-0 down, I'm still not going to count them out. Right-hand side, Atto, with every second going by, it just looks more and more likely. Vatira was there for the shot, but Monkey Moon clearing away yet again. Rise with boost, with a reset, with ambition. No touch comes in, and Atto crawls forward a little bit too far. Vatira was removed from the pitch too from a demo. 20 seconds remaining, that's going to be it. BDS take themselves to tournament point.
I mean, the game's over, but Karmine Corp would love a goal for the road here. It would do the world of good for their mentality. And I'm not getting louder and excited because I think all the comeback's on, but I think that matters in the next game.
Mate, if you came out and you said, all right, the comeback's on now, I'd have to kick you from the call. I'm sorry.
I want to test that theory.
I don't think I have admin rights, so you have called my bluff there, unfortunately.
On.
Oh, if only. 3, obviously, unable to be come back from, and BDS, an astonishing game number 5, the biggest goal difference that we have seen in any of our games so far. Wonderful play from them. That was also after Karmine Corp's timeout. They've broken their timeout after winning their own.
Hugely broken it. They've obliterated their timeout, Stumpy. Just completely made the most from it. Cassio, Coach Cassio, we spoke to him on the show yesterday. The new generation, we've got French pro players that are running rings on everyone else. Apparently, French coaches aren't doing too badly for themselves either, because it clearly has been a tactical masterclass. The way that Team EDS have turned this one around, and the way what was causing them so many troubles before is now starting to work in their advantage. My thought is that Karmine Corp should go a little bit more standard in the next game. Just slow down the bumps and the fakes for a second. Play a bit more generic. No, I'm not saying slower. Play quick, play brilliant, go for mechanical plays and that. But just it's become a bit predictable for Team BDS.
Yeah, I think then when you see Karmine Corp and you know that, okay, I'm going to pop it now, and then immediately you're luring somebody in. Sometimes they're getting 2 defenders to come out, and then that means, cool, well, I can pop this, then go for that bump immediately. All of a sudden, there's nobody behind, or maybe there's 1 player, but then you can take the 50. You're right, it's almost like Karmine Corp have got a flow chart that they're going through of what to do. If ball is popped, go for a pre-jump. BDS, they've got their hands on the book of Karmine Corp.
Coach Ferrer came in to this series on a 6-tournament win streak. He now finds his team 1 game away from losing the EU trophy to Team BDS.
What performance it would be for BDS to do so. Almost every single person on the desk going for Karmine Corp. Chat going for Karmine Corp. I know for a fact there's going to be a very, very big viewing party going on right now from Kometo. And a lot of sad KC fans when they are losing to yet another French team. It does not happen very often. First 30 seconds been very neutral in that midfield, and Ferrer certainly had more words for his team. Rise on target, but Drali, a pretty regulation save from him.
Well, it was a regulation save after he dodged the bump. I think there were 2 attempts, 2 swipes at him, and he hopped over those, skipped to the ball, and then jumped in joy because he got the save. And now here comes Rise down the other end. Karmine Corp stick to their principles and get the opener.
And that's after being shut out until the final 10 seconds of the previous game as well. They'll be very happy with the goal in just 40 seconds. Gives them a nice early lead, and potentially a Game 7 going to be on the horizon for this second regional event as well. Here on Utopia, what a map, what a couple of teams.
I mean, I'd say if I was a BDS fan right now, I'd still be excited for my team to come back the way things are going. Atto gets a save from a mammoth pass from Team BDS, and then the pinch works in Karmine Corp's favour. If they could double their lead, the momentum swing will be complete.
Ryan's going central with that, but nobody from Karmine Corp there. Instead, a BDS player can clear it long. Atto now down over towards the side of Rise. Vatira has to wait in there, wait to see what happens. Just about gets a skimming touch on it. Sent high, and then Exotic sending Atto completely away. Drali sealing instead is found out by Vatira, and we're definitely seeing a couple less pre-jumps coming through for Karmine Corp here so far.
Yeah, a few players playing in front of the ball as well. A little bit happier just to sit behind it. I think they have had a slight swing. You know, Plan B has been called into effect from Farah. Here comes Monkey Moon. The shot's not quite good enough. It's saved by Atto, and there's no one following up. So Team BDS, you know, they can't do the same themselves. They have to continue to try and squeeze this Karmine Corp roster, or else Atto's going to come back. I wondered if he still had a flip. He didn't. If he had, it could have been trouble.
I think he must be right on the edge of his flip timer too. 1.5 seconds he's got to send it. Wasn't able to on that chance. 2 minutes now elapsed. That 1 goal for KC. Still the only one in this game. Atto left-hand side, but lands awkwardly, so it gives Monkey Moon an opening to come in to shoot. High above the crossbar. Trusts Vatira for that challenge. Drali top corner. Atto again to save.
Yeah, it was good patience there from Karmine Corp. I think they were pretty comfortable. They had these saves. It looks scary when the ball slams at you. Same again there. Monkey Moon shoots. Drali's turn this time. You have to get rid of the ball eventually. You can't keep relying on these goal line clearances. Drali goes to the ceiling. A beautiful pre-jump there from Vatira. Monkey Moon past Rise. Atto's already there. Exotic. He gets it over and he wants to go to the ceiling. Can't quite do it. So instead it's Plan B. It's the carrier missile. Drali's the player it falls to. But Vatira air dribbles away.
Halfway through the game, again, that 1 goal from earlier, the only to be scored. Drali with a reset in the midfield, but Atto reads him perfectly. Rise is on target with 0 boost. Very little power can be generated, so Monkey Moon sends it to the corner. Again, low boost for Karmine Corp on these attacks. They're being starved before they even get into the orange half. A demo from Vatira. Atto's on the backboard. These are the angles that he lives for.
Yeah, but the pinch, the ball just wouldn't fall in time. He wanted a magnet just to drag it downwards in time, but not to be. Karmine Corp are going to have to go back and start all over again. Rise can't quite connect this time. It was a good prop towards him. BDS so close to going 2 down. Karmine Corp keep hold of this slender lead. Drali could change that. Monkey Moon could change that. Vatira, another save to add to the collection.
Exotic tries to go for a ceiling play, isn't able to, but look, the BDS pressure building yet again. Monkey Moon, relatively low on boost, pass off the ceiling. Exotic is there. Everybody fakes. No problem. BDS, the benefactors.
BDS, suddenly the finish line comes charging towards them as Atto and Vatira of all people. The double miss, the BDS pressure was on, waiting behind, and the equalizer has indeed been found.
1.5 minutes left for KC to put their stamp on this game and on the regional as a whole. A bump on Monkey Moon, unsuccessful. Vatira came in for the shot based on the fact that bump would be successful. Rise now challenging. Monkey Moon again a save.
Atto sends it forward. Desperation here from Karmine Corp. Do they stick or twist? Will they get a little bit scrappy or keep on playing the way we know they can?
It's a good pass middle from Vatira, but blocked out again by Drali. Rise able to get the shot to go in the back of the net. 0 boost for Atto again. Every chance that KC seem to have, they're burning their boost before then they get to the final step. Vatira has to now track back. Finds Atto on that right-hand side. Lovely pre-jump off the wall. Does find him. Exotic with an awkward one. Rise with a fake. I felt like that was going to be happening, but unlike earlier on, nobody was close enough to follow. Vatira from the ceiling, on the reset, on the shot. It's open, on the line, and the save!
Rise! He went for it! His teammate could have scored! He pulled rank erroneously! Now it's Team BDS! Will they use that to push? push. Is that the inspiration they need to claim this regional? Atto, he fakes out two of them. Drali and Exotic almost squeeze it into their own net. Vatira's left all alone. 15 seconds left now. Rise into the center. Vatira gets it past Exotic. Drali is up, but he's taking it out of the game. It's gonna go into the back of the net. Maybe Game 7 approaches after all.
Carmine Corp let one go earlier. They're not going to let it happen again. Vatira locks on, removes the player. 7 seconds, and we've seen, as I say every time on these late winners, magic happen from these spots. A kickoff going very neutrally. Exotic takes it back into the corner. Rise there with 100 boost, tracks back nicely. Drali central, nobody there for it. Moon does keep it up. Drali gets a demo. It's relatively open. Drali there for his central, just wide. No pass. It's going to come in for any other BDS player. And Cole, I don't know if you looked at the cameras during that late winner for Carmine Corp. They didn't shout, they didn't scream. Literally, Vatira put his hands up and did the gesture of whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, we're good. We can continue pushing through this. Game 7 for our second Open Qualifier champions.
Man, they're like Season 6 Cloud9, you know, these robotic sort of influences that they have to just completely stay cool, calm, and collected at all times. But I'll tell you what, Stumpy, at the end of that one, I wasn't cool, calm, and collected. That was a real chance for Team BDS. They couldn't quite get the touch that they needed. I hope we see it in this highlights package. It started off, you know, pretty simple for Rise. It didn't finish simple for him.
And tell you what, there's a goal also that comes in where every single person misses on the ball. It's on that one. I'm so excited to see that on first touch later. On Wednesday, which every single person should be tuning in for.
Oh, why is Rise shot there?
You've got to look at it. You've also got to analyse why Rise shot in that position. He could have gone more towards the centre of the goal, but he literally shot right above the players, and you see the devastation on Monkey Moon's face. They still have a chance. Every player on this pitch has a chance to make sure that they lift that proverbial Regional 2 trophy. BDS trying to get this win to near enough guarantee themselves a spot in the major. And interestingly as well, Cole, Monkey Moon currently holding the lead for most amount of regional wins in Europe at 8. If Vatira wins here and Carmine Corp get that victory, he ties.
Well, Carmine Corp are sticking to their convictions. Straight away in Game 7, it's the fake kickoffs. They have caused chaos with those throughout this European weekend, and it's put them on the front foot 18 seconds in. Rise almost over the top of Monkey Moon. What are these players thinking? Ferrer, the coach of Carmine Corp, going for what must be a long-since record-breaking regional victory. Whereas Team BDS, they want to be back in that conversation for Kings of EU.
Drali taking early swipes at any defender he can get his hands on. Vatira trying to go for Exotic, who completely puts the brakes on and stays out the way of that battering ram.
Exotic to the corner, but Rise is the only player who was reading that one. Drali steamed it ahead of Monkey Moon for the best because Monkey Moon was taken out. Maybe he sensed that his teammate was going to be taken out the earth there. Rise up against Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon gets the save though.
Minute elapsed and Monkey Moon now taking one touch over the top. Drali shies away from that chance. Actually, waits it out and then goes through a little bit of a better touch. 70 boost and Vatira then faking low. These pre-jumps from both sides. Burning boost with no touches on the ball. 15 boost, no dunk on target in favour of Rise there, but Carmine Corp and this deadly press finally abated by BDS.
Their BDS are looking about as comfortable as you could possibly expect against Carmine Corp, but it's never simple. Challenge is going to spoon into the ceiling. Exotic gets the flip reset. Can he get it over Atto? No, he didn't actually get the reset. Atto used all of his boost. Rise then gets the challenge. Drali from the side has to generate some angle to allow for a counter-attack for Team BDS. It's a little bit safety first right now from these guys.
I mean, nobody wants to be the first team to concede. Ultimately, it doesn't seem to matter, especially when Vatira takes a blinder of a shot on Exotic from nowhere, from the rafters, gets a save away.
Yeah, but look at the pressure continuing. Vatira asked the hardest question of all for Monkey Moon. Do you have this read? Atto, Drali meets him in the air. Now it's Monkey Moon winning it cleanly. We are seeing some clean BDS touches, but they're going nowhere. As for KC, they get pre-jumps, they get attacks, they're alley-ooping it themselves, but it's sent over, at least for now. Atto shoots again, and Monkey Moon saves.
Already on the side of Carmine Corp, racking up 4 shots, and those are the ones that are counted. There's been 3 or 4 more that have been set up for these shots and blocked out before they even apparate. Rise with 50 with Exotic, sends it central, and a little bit of calm starting to form here in the middle of game number 7.
Yeah, I feel like Carmine Corp will be a lot happier about that than Team BDS will. BDS need a little bit of chaos to unfurl. It's too clean right now. That's where Carmine Corp beat them. Exotic uses almost all of his boost to get there, but does so much with it. An absolute boatload. It's gone high. Monkey Moon takes demo the respawning Vatira. Charlie can't quite get that second touch. The BDS counter looks most dangerous for them, but has that been an overcommit? It's open! Back! No, there's not! One mistake too many!
We saw the composure in game number 6 from BDS, and then they send 2 players erroneously towards that ball. 3 minutes elapsed, only 1 goal gone in, and now Carmine Corp are allowing themselves to celebrate. Ferrer tells them, calm down, boys. Still 2 minutes remaining, and we've seen what the late game looks like between these 2 titans.
Oh, Charlie couldn't quite squeeze it in. Monkey Moon is way off target. Another chance for him. Rise now is up. You can't worry about it. You got to keep on going, Monkey Moon. You have to stay behind this ball. It could have been 1-1 straight away.
15 seconds elapsed since that goal, and it has been that BDS pressure coming through. Drali with a flick, but Vatira is well versed in that 1v1 play. Monkey Moon central. Drali will be there again. These bumps from BDS starting to look desperate, but that is exactly where you end up finding that they do land.
Carmine Corp covering their backboard time after time. It is just not a target for Team BDS. Monkey Moon now. He wants to get it over the top of Atto. Can't do it. Exotic has to clean up for him. Time just beginning to fade away for Team BDS. Touches like that over Rise are going to be so important for them.
Minute 15 and a flick central sees Vatira leave that ball and Exotic pick it up. Stopped in the midfield by Atto, then has to block again. 2 players blocked from it. Rise, the only man to it. The double tap is there for him, but as is Drali.
Nerves of steel from the new man for Team BDS. More defending to come though. Monkey Moon over the top. Atto's coming in. Could kill it here, but Monkey Moon lands on the ball. Gets it towards Rise at least. Where's the defense gone? Left and right. In search of boost. Vatira shoots. Charlie saves again.
Unabating pressure, and Carmine Corp still can't get it through for their second goal. On target for Atto. Another save for Monkey Moon, but BDS need to work their magic and get it out of their own half.
Drali, up the wall. Here he comes. The mechanical man, the 1v1 master. He's the player Team BDS need here. Monkey Moon is trying to approach. 20 seconds separate Carmine Corp and perfection so far from Europe. That mistake might make things easier for them, but still they survive. Charlie's there. He has a clean chance for a dribble. 10 seconds, Stumpy. Exotic goes long. Can this bump come in? Oh, it's so close. Monkey Moon now. Exotic there. He bounced
It's
there. Monkey Moon shoots and scores.
Late game heroics have been the absolute death of both teams in this series, and Monkey Moon gets it round Vatira. 2 seconds remain. Surely we see an overtime between these 2 titans on this kickoff. Ever so important. The right-hand side sees Rise go up high with boost, with a reset. Atto free jumps, spiked to the ground. This is overtime for the tournament.
You gotta love it. Game 7 overtime in the grand finals. Vatira lines up a flip reset. Exotic should be able to block this one away, but KC start off the OT better.
10 seconds in, but look, it's already that KC pressure. Atto up high, just wants to get one touch in. That goes awkward for Monkey Moon. Doesn't need to make the touch, and ends up progressing down the pitch completely backwards. Rise, challenging versus Exotic. Left-hand side, Atto, awkwardly rotating around, gets 1, gets 2, but ends up falling back into the corner.
Lovely bump there, play from Atto. Monkey Moon is all alone there to clear this ball away. He tees up Exotic. Drali just waiting. Can he conjure anything up? He goes for it. Atto gets the block.
So we approach this first minute gone in the overtime. It's now BDS with pressure. And Monkey Moon with a catch, with a dribble round. Sees a player central. Unfortunately for him, it's Atto. Exotic dribbling towards that back corner. Again, we're seeing a little bit of calm start to approach right before this storm hits full force.
As said before, though, Carmine Corp will be more than pleased with that. That's how they want this overtime to go. Full calm and collected. Bit of chaos from BDS brewing, maybe. Exotic is up all alone. He goes for the shot, but Rise gets the save.
Rise now finding Atto. Central finds Rise. Only a 50 in the midfield with Drali. Monkey Moon with a lot of boost here, a lot of ambition to get yet another win underneath his belt. Drali challenges versus a single defender, but that single defender is Atto, and he's not letting it squeak through.
Charlie's trying to get some bumps and demos on his way out, but instead he just has to settle for the boost. Target hit, Vatira somehow stays tall.
Got slapped about in his own net and still stayed in the perfect position to save it away. Atto with a reset, tries to go low, but blocked out again by Monkey Moon. We approach 2 minutes. Vatira approaches the net, gets the bump, but Exotic with sheer determination can keep it out.
Nerves of titanium there to bait the bump, stay grounded, somehow get the save. BDS remain alive, but for how long? Vatira has Rise to his right. It's the age-old duo, and he almost wigs it in. Monkey Moon approaches. He arrives at the near post. The continual target. Atto! He gets the goal. Garmin Corp get their second open qualifier in a row.
Carmine Corp remaining unbeaten in main events, battling the greatest BDS that we have seen so far this season. But the Kings stay on top of Europe, and that is going to be the fifth RLCS win in any tournament for Carmine Corp.
When you suspect it's not going to be the last, Stumpy. Handshakes and congratulations come out between player and coach. Farah 7 in a row for now.
Outrageous.
Rise and Vatira, they are back with a bang. And Atto, he has been brilliant for them.
It's outrageous that we have the quality of teams fighting at the top. And that's then when you don't even consider that Vitality aren't there, that Gentlemates aren't there either. The Oxygen didn't make it up there. That was a Game 7 thriller, overtime, golden goal. What on earth? Well done to Carmine Corp, to every single person that went for Carmine Corp in the predictions all over the place, whether it's channel points, whether it is just in your hearts too. And BDS put on an incredible fight against, as we've been saying the entire time, the Titans of Europe.
It's the second time in a row that Team BDS have taken Carmine Corp to Game 7. The only team out there in Europe that seem anywhere near capable of doing that is Team BDS. They'll continue to get better, Stumpy. These guys are not going away.
BDS, my word. You've not quite made the major yet, but every single person wants to see you there. And you're not going to have to achieve that win at the end of the final regional if it does come down to that. But Carmine Corp taking it to 7 with that BDS side is something that you love to see as a fan of Rocket League.
What a battle at the end there from Team BDS. I think they equalised with 2 seconds left. The errors were coming in. The exhaustion was palpable. Still, they continue to fight. And Team BDS comes second to Carmine Corp, Stumpy.
Rise and Vatira, Game 7 overtime. What else was it going to be? Desk, take it away.
Well, if you tuned in hoping for a great show, you tuned in to the right place, because going to an overtime Game 7 grand finals is exactly what we want as Rocket League fans. CJ, this was just wonderful. Just got to say, we all came back into the room here to start saying, hey, okay, the series is about to end. I'm like, don't worry, we got an overtime. We need to make up for our games yesterday, and we got exactly that.
I mean, that was absolutely nuts. You ever go back to the Game 6, BDS had that one. They could have taken it 4-2. Then K-Corp equalised. Drally misses the touch, the shot in Game 6 as well. Goes to Game 7. And they get the equaliser. They force the overtime, Johnny. But K-Corp, they just have a bit of plot armor about them at the moment.
Oh, it's just unbelievable. The Rise Game 5 and 7 ice, it never left. He still is able to somehow end up on the right side of history every time he goes the distance. But I'm so impressed by BDS as well, fighting back this time. It wasn't the easy start that they had last time they played KC. They were the team 2 games down. They were the team fighting back in the middle. And, that's maybe the missing part that we weren't sure about. Do they have that regain in them? Yes, they do. And, wow, KC BDS is turning into quite the matchup. I hope we get to see more of that in Regional 3.
Oh, I agree with that, CJ. There were a lot of stories into this. I mean, first off, K-Corp locking in their major spot. We've seen a few teams from other regions do that. Now, K-Corp has done that for Europe. BDS being able to really make sure they work in Drally. They're all looking phenomenal together and competing with the 2-time qualifier champs now. And then I forgot the third one. But yeah, already some good stuff. Oh, yeah, Farah getting 7 in a row now. Like, there's so many cool storylines.
I mean, this is Europe. It's nuts. We thought we had a top 4 locked in. We've only got a top 2 now. I don't know what's going to happen to the third regional, Johnny. Will it just be K-Corp standing tall out of the original top 4, or will we see a new team join the ranks? I mean, at the moment, K-Corp they're pretty good.
They're pretty good at Rocket League. I mean, yeah, we were thinking a bit there at the start. Is it just not top 4? Is it just top 1? But BDS made it pretty clear. I think it is a top 2. Still, they have gone the distance both of the times that they've played. And I think, you know, this event for BDS, they cleaned up a lot of the mistakes they did have in their debut event with that roster, bear in mind. So I'm convinced, very convinced of these two teams. And I would not be surprised if they are the top 2 going forward. Vitality got a lot of problems to fix. Gentlemates, confidence was missing. And, you know, confidence is everything in Rocket League at the highest level. When you've got 2 teams like KC and BDS playing like this, you have to be confident to have a chance.
Well, I'm curious then, are we locking in that it's not a top 4, it's a top 2? I mean, if it was a domination, I think, Johnny, you were going to say it's a top 1. Where do we stand in the European region?
Last season, it was, you know, it was a top 4 in EU, a big 4, but on top of that, there was the big 1, Vitality. And right now, it seems like I do still think they are the top 4 teams, the big French orgs. They are still the top 4 teams for me. But BDS and Carmine Corp have separated themselves away from Vitality and Gentlemates after this event. They've shown consistency. They've actually improved in some areas, whereas Vitality and Gentlemates have faltered.
I mean, the quarterfinals were so dominant, you know, with the top 4 matching up, which is why you have to sort of put the top 2 apart from everyone else. And BDS, you know, going to 7 against K-Corp. I mean, the Game 7s, you talk about Rise and Vatira's record in these Game 5, Game 7, the Champions Field. It is ridiculous. And at some point as well, it becomes less about them clutching up and more about everyone else being aware of the fact that they're playing Rise and Vatira in a Game 7 and the fact that, well, they're probably not going to win it. And
Atto with a goal as well. It was Atto securing it with a quick turnaround, just as BDS thought they might have survived. And what a reaction. That's a celebration for an online win that we don't often see.
I think that's the beautiful thing about that goal being scored by Atto as well, because we know Rise and Vatira. We know, okay, they're getting back together. The synergy is going to be there. How do we see CJ Atto fit in? And him getting that cherry on top was beautiful.
Yeah, he was probably the best player, at least in that overtime as well. I love looking in the overtime when the pressure's really on who's still got the mech, who's still making the touches, and Atto was huge, just making these big bumps. It's all about the moments. I always talk about Game 7. You throw away the structure, the play style, and it just becomes about who's going to step up when it counts. And Atto on this lineup there's a great case to make, Johnny, that he's been the best player so far this split on that team.
Right.
Absolutely loved him on the team for sure.
Yep. Yeah. Well, hey, we got one of the champs here with us. It's Vati Goat himself. Let's head to the interview.
Thank you very much, Leaf, and I am joined by the champion who's already won every single event that you can possibly find. Vatira, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well, and I didn't win Worlds, so I didn't win every event yet, but maybe this year.
Yeah, we'll get it sorted out this time around. We already know that you're dry for that. I'm going to start this off a little bit lighthearted. We already know that you guys like to send out the tweets after every single event, and we also know the fan base you guys have. What's the winning tweet already at for you? Well, check your phone real quick. Where are we at for the likes already from the K-Corp fans?
Oh, yeah, if you want to check, there is a lot of notification right there.
Yeah, it's going off.
I'm getting spammed by everyone, so yeah. Yeah, the fans going crazy. Like, it was an insane series too, so yeah. It was...
I want to focus in on that Game 7, because we already know you guys fight for those Game 7s, you do so well. What were you guys talking about heading into that game, though, to set the tone before such a big match?
Before the Game 7, I would say, we just, you know, like we won Game 6, and before the Game 6, like we did a timeout and we didn't play well right after, and after we were just like, yeah, we talked too much, like we were getting too much confusing, so we were just like, just play well, like have fun, play with us, play with each other, you know, like try your best, like basically a bit like Moist, like 2 years ago, you know, it was just like do your best, be confident, and I mean, Game 7 for me doesn't mean anything, it's just like who's the icest team in the game, and I think we were the team that had the most confidence in the last game, so yeah.
I'm so glad that you brought up that old Moist roster, because you have now participated in 24 Championship Sundays in a row. If you could go back and speak to the Vatira of, what was it, January 2021, would you ever have anticipated that you would have had this much continued success this consistently?
I mean, I would say yes, because I've been like working a lot since like 2021, and I always had good teammates to play with. Like even this roster, the old KC roster, like it's all good people that I love to work with. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's because my determination has no limit. That yeah, it keeps like I keep getting championship Sunday. But yeah, I would never imagine that like 2 years ago. Like to be realistic, I didn't know it was possible.
Well, we all know that you have got that determination to keep adding those championship Sundays and to go and get the big one. Definitely one of the best players out there to do so. But before I let you go, Vatira, to go and celebrate your victory, have you got anything to say to yourself, to your team, to your fans?
First, I love my team. I'm really happy to start the season with this result, and I hope it's gonna keep going, you know. And thanks for the fans to like support us. Like it means so much to me and to all the team. Like it's really pushing us to try your best. And thanks to my family, thanks for my girlfriend to watching me every day, to support me every day. Like I love you all, and thank you.
Well, congratulations to you today, my friend, and we'll see you on Championship Sunday in about 2 weeks' time. We'll schedule that one in. Take over desk.
Well, when you got fans like that, you can't not love them. I think, Johnny, you have to stand by them when they're standing by you like that. I think what I loved out of that, Johnny, was that initially when Shogun asked the question of would you have expected this, his answer is yes. He's just immediately to confidence. But he's like, okay, well, realistically, maybe not. But, you know, he's so in it that you have to stay locked in. I think that is what gets him to this Sunday every time.
Yeah, I think he's just not surprised looking back over the past few years.
Right.
He knows how hard he's worked, he knows how confident he is, and he knows how good the teams around him have been. So he's probably not surprised that they have been able to have that consistent level of success. But at the same time, you know, the new Vatira just bursting onto the scene, it's hard to imagine that back then.
Right.
Just trying to establish yourself as a top team in your region, to think about all those championship Sundays, including LANs. Yeah, that's just unbelievable.
Hey, CJ, I want to look at this board. Look at this board right now. Like, actually take it in for a second. K-Corp locked in, and Vitality not in that top four. Magnifico Cinnabon, I'm sure they're tied for them. But then seeing other teams like Beligal approaching that top end too and still in contention, yeah, is wonderful to see.
Yeah, I think that it's so close, apart from Keiko. I mean, look at that. They've just completely separated themselves from everyone else, and it is insane to think the only team they've lost to this split is SAR of all teams. So it is pretty nuts. But yeah, as you said, Beligal endpoint, what an opportunity in this third regional. All those around the 9-10 point range have a great chance if they put in a strong performance in that third regional. Copenhagen could still be on the way.
I think even another one there, Moist, seeing them so down low. I think the brand value behind them might shock some people. But again, we got one more qualifier to go, which means there's going to be more predictions, which means we're not quite locked in yet. But I want to get an update on how we're doing so far. We've been competing with you, chat, and you're still above Johnny. Just letting you know.
The alphabetical tiebreaker is so unfair. I don't believe it.
The big story here, CJ, is
Shogun. How did I get on? I don't think that's right.
That's wrong.
I shouldn't be beating Stumpy.
Stumpy's winning. That's reverse. Stumpy's actually winning. I'm pretty sure we got this one.
Oh, is it? Okay.
No, it's correct. I'll take it. W's all round.
How is it right?
No, it's not correct, but I'll take it.
No, he's just
if it's on the screen, it makes sense. W's. Now, would you expect anything less? 20 out of 24. Thank you very much.
Again, I pointed it up when you were talking, so I got to really make sure people realize that Shogun was ahead of Cole, and he's just thrown it with that last prediction.
We do, as much as we hate to do it, we do have to, you know, give Stumpy his flowers. He is doing very well somehow. He's either you know, dominating or getting dominated in the predictions. And this time he's just popping off. So fair play. I think he's a 20 out of 24 for 2 weekends.
Hey, well, if you guys stay ahead of Johnny, I want to make sure that you guys can brag about it live in person. So to do that, you're going to have to get your tickets and make your way on over to LAN. Let him know that he's got to step it up here. Go to billetlune.dk and get your tickets, or find all the links on socials. Johnny, do you have any retort early on? Are you prepared, or are you going to climb ahead of us in predictions?
Well, I'm going to try my best. You know, it's just it's tough out here. You know, CJ is just very consistent. He's just a very smart player. He just goes for the the best team every time. It's hard to go. You know, you can't really get you know you got to pick your upsets really. And then Stumpy, he's the wild card. And you know when you flip a coin every time and they keeps landing on the right one. Yeah, tough. But we're gonna try. We're gonna try. Chat. We can rein him in. We can rein him in. We're gonna catch up to these guys. There's one back on CJ. We're gonna start with that.
It's a recession right now. Tough to get some dubs out there, but we'll see. If you guys get your tickets, that's a big old dub. That's a guaranteed one you guys can get. Let's take a look at the schedule for not tomorrow. We're done for the weekend. For the rest of the week, First Touch. We talked about how that is going to be a great show. You don't want to miss that one. There's going to be probably a lot of talk about this weekend on there. And of course, you want to catch some Rocket League action. North America is next week. And CJ, all the other regions as well.
Yeah, all the regions and the qualifiers for North America. That's the final day today as well. So make sure you tune into that. I'll be watching the Muffin Men in style. See if they can make it through to the final main event. I know we've just finished EU2, but we've got NA Qualifier 3 coming up next weekend, as you can see. And we've got 6 other regions as well. It's an action-packed weekend. I don't know why we even watch this weekend. It's only one region. We've got 6 next week for you. Tune in.
That's exactly it, but we're done here for Europe Open Qualifier number 2. Congratulations to K-Corp for locking it in. As you saw, 11 a.m. PT on that Wednesday. Tune in to First Touch, but since we're done with this, we should probably go home and play some Rocket League. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you later.
Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said, replay loud. There are people outside, living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside, living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me inside.